Welcome everybody back to TISM Thursday, and look who decided to show up, boys. Everybody give a round of applause for Karis finally showing up and doing his goddamn job. Hey, you're going to do your job that you're not paid for, and you're gonna like it. You could call it indentured servitude, if you will. Yes. Yes, it's not slavery. It's different. Yes. Yes, slave. Well, I guess there's not that many steps, but get back to work. Whoosh, whoosh. Fucking hitting you with the whip. But at least you're here, so I don't have to do the entire show by myself. I don't even know what the hell last show was. It started out with the usual video game and news, and it turned into me reacting to TLC, which I got obviously copyright claimed for. I saw that coming. Of course that was going to happen. Anytime you react to TLC content, you're definitely going to get a copyright claim. It got blocked in multiple countries. I'm like, well, I saw that coming, but oh well. Sucks to suck. Yes, that's actually what TLC stands for. No. You learn things. You learn about how a guy gets off to balloons and wants to come in balloons and wants to rub balloons on his erect penis. Yeah, well, it came because it came because of we were watching that. Well, we attempted to watch the beginning of that video where that woman was going to review the what was it, the milking farms or something like that. Wait. Oh, god damn it, I forgot. Wait, I know how to fix it. I did the thing. I did the thing where I forgot to switch over. There we go. I forgot to turn on desktop audio. I saw you do that. Don't you try to gaslight me right now.
I'm gonna pull a Bruce Campbell. Thanks, Scaly, and everyone else.
I am the voice inside your head.
At all times, yes.
I don't need more voices inside my head.
Bye.
Bye. Hey, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So we were watching that video about the reviewing that book about the whatever milking farm something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, the furry fuckfest.
Yeah, the furry thing with the bull people or whatever the fuck. I actually watched the entire video of Shoe on Head. She was talking about the book. That came out like I think a day or two after the last episode of TISM Thursday. I wish her video would have been out at the time because I'm sorry, no hate to the Asian woman who was doing that review, but I don't know, I just wasn't feeling it. But when Shoe on Head talks about something, I'll listen. I do like Shoe on Head. Does it help that she's kind of attractive? Yes. 100%. I am shameless. I see attractive woman, aka Shoe on Head. I listen. It is what it is.
It sounds, if I recall, Shoe on Head is far less obnoxious than Melanie Mac in terms of like controversial opinions. Melanie Mac seems to love just like throwing the opinion out to just piss people off. Or I get the impression Shoe on Head is like, this is genuinely my opinion. You probably aren't going to believe me or agree with it, but tough shit. Like, it's my opinion kind of thing.
They're not even the same stratosphere.
They're not? Okay. I've only seen a handful of clips from each of them, and I just see, like, Shoe on Head. I was like, oh, okay. She's talking about whatever. But whenever when I see Melanie Mac, it's just like, it just...
Yeah, you're just like, ugh, god damn it. I don't want to deal with this woman. And wait a minute, why is StreamerBot not showing YouTube's chat? That's great. I'm just gonna have to pop that out, aren't I? Guess we have to pop it out.
It's not greeting anyone. The bot's not saying hello to anybody.
Yeah, YouTube can be a little bit weird when it comes to the bot like working as intended. So don't worry about it. We'll roll. Let's roll. So yeah, I was watching the Shoe on Head's video about like the milking farm book thing, and yeah, I would love to ask Helena, what the hell is up with you motherfuckers and your goddamn sex books, man? Those sex books be weird. I mean, I know some people be like, but guys watch porn. Yes, because I do. I like watching two people fuck. You guys like reading two people fucking. We are not the same.
There's a longevity difference.
Yeah, there's a problem here. Although sometimes I like to mix it up with a little bit of hentai, you know, because sometimes I don't want 3D girls. I want 2D girls with Fudacocks. Anyways, welcome everybody to TISM Thursday. We got a little lineup of some dumb shit to talk about, gaming news and otherwise. And I'm kind of most likely be away for mostly the entire weekend. I might try to stream some more Battlefield on Sunday. I don't quite know yet. Depends on how I feel, but don't expect anything because I got me a long weekend ahead of me with some work stuff, and also terrorizing Skytex in the flesh and blood again. So I'm sure I'm sure Skytex is preparing his fort right now. He's probably setting up like a nested MG and fucking building a wall around his perimeter and shit. The gays are inbound. Prepare the sandbags. Mount the 50 BMG.
I'm eager to hear his story from the front lines of how everything went.
Well, if he returns, wink wink.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah. You never know what's gonna happen. Oh God, where'd Skytex go? Oh, don't worry about it. Kami did
I
it.
thought he was out doing his astronomy stuff. No.
Oh, I'm
gonna
make sure he gets to see the stars. Yes, sir. The difference is guys use incognito to hide watching porn. Girls leave that shit out in the open in the coffee table. Isn't that almost verbatim what Shoonhead said in that video? She said something like that. Where guys, we try to hide our shame. You know, we have that post-nut clarity, unlike women. Where we try to we open up the incognito tab. We're opening Proton VPN. We're using Tor for some goddamn reason. We want to make sure that shit doesn't get traced back to us. Women are like, all right, today they're gonna come together and gonna be like, all right, today we're in book club. We're gonna talk about this book where this guy with a massive 12-inch cock absolutely destroys this small white woman. Let's discuss. I'm like, okay, you motherfuckers y'all are a different kind of gooner than men. I'll tell you that right now.
Welcome, ladies, to Book Talk today.
Today, we're going to talk about 60 Shades of Grey, the much anticipated sequel.
Oh, no. No, E.L. James. Stephanie Meyer has been writing new books. E.L. James better not fucking try to parody that shit. No. No. Every time Stephanie Meyer came out with like a sequel or something, E.L. James was like, oh, I gotta make my own personal version. I gotta make something from Christian Grey's version. Fuck off, lady. You're a hack.
I do like parody versions though. I mean, the book itself is already a goddamn parody. It's written like shit. Trust me, I've read some sections of 50 Shades of Grey. I'm like, God damn, what the hell? I've seen better fan fiction on goddamn Reddit.
It started as a bullshit fan fiction, like a really bad fan fiction, and then somehow through either the blowies or something, it got picked up and distributed, and rights were sold into a movie, and then it had to be rewritten, and then the fan fiction had to be taken down, and like steps were taken to put this thing into fucking production. But yeah, it started as a legit fan fiction of Edward and Bella. Like the thumbnails, the covers on the
I mean, at that point, what do you expect? If anything starts from fucking shitty ass goddamn Twilight, then I mean, you're not already on the best footing. I'm just saying.
I have to give credit to Twilight. Twilight actually tried to make something. The movies don't do credit. Christina Hardwick, I forget her first name. She was weird. I heard about her. I learned about her. And she is a weird person who's a little too fetishy about kids.
Are you talking
Just a
about
little bit.
Are you talking about the person who wrote Twilight?
No, not Stephanie Meyer. Kristen Hardwick, the director of the films. Which is
Oh,
weird.
damn!
Which is really
Wait.
weird.
They let a woman direct a film?
Yeah.
Oh well.
And
See, there was their
yeah,
mistake.
and Wonder Woman, the first Wonder Woman was good. 1984, obviously not so great, but no, the Kristen Hardwick, I think, directed the first movie, and unfortunately, that set the tone for the rest of the series, and it's just like bleh.
She probably directed Cuties too. No, that was some French black woman.
It was actually written and directed by a French black woman. So
God,
lay your complaints there.
I mean, point number one against her, woman. Point number two, French. That counts as strike 2 and 3, actually.
I would agree. The French are very weird when it comes to their admiration of the youth.
Well, nobody likes the French. The French are disgusting. Puh, disgusting.
Not all of them, but enough of them.
No. Karis, all of them.
No. Fuck no. I know.
I support French phobia here on this stream.
Okay.
I'm making a public statement here, boys. We are French phobic here on the G Commie channel. So
there are plenty of reasons to shit on the French, whether they enjoy it or not.
If anybody's gonna do that, it's gonna be India. They're gonna take a big old fat shit on it, and then they're gonna pick the shit up and they're gonna throw it at each other for fun. Yeah.
Sure.
Reason 35, I love ginger. How many? Wait, what's reason 1 to 34? You're gonna have to write a Google Doc on this.
Yeah, there's a list somewhere. It's probably on Kiwi Farms.
Take note how she earns her independence, as she knows how gifted she is fondling those balls in the author's way of saying corporations are bad. I don't even know what I don't know what that's referencing.
That Hardwick, or is that E.L. James Hardwick or Stephanie Meyer?
Yes.
I'm guessing it's one of the authors.
I can speak French. So please don't speak. If you speak French, you're banned. That's the only language we ban here on the G Commie channel. No fucking French. Disgusting.
I give up.
We do not speak the language of the escargot. They eat snails. And for that,
They do.
yeah, it's gross. The only snails I allow around here is the old Camelot snail trail. You ever get a girl that turns into a snail trail?
Turns into?
Yeah, if you've never had a girl get a snail trail, then you just don't know how to turn a woman on, Karis. I'm sorry.
I need to refresh my knowledge on this. Damn, I guess I'm...
Hataru, on behalf of TISM Thursday Incorporated, I would like to apologize for your lack of snail trail.
Kevin eats snails.
Who's Kevin? I don't even know who's Kevin. Is this lore? I'm just not. I know about Steve, but who the hell is Kevin? What is Kevin? Why is Kevin? Whomst is Kevin? God damn it, bro.
When is Kevin?
Yeah, when is Kevin? What the hell? God damn. Anyways, let's just jump into some of the bullshit that's been happening. Some of these stories, I will say, I think at least one of them is completely fell off my radar until I watched the video on YouTube. But I'm going to talk about it anyways because it's something that really struck me as odd. But we'll get to that when the time comes. But one of the stories is a little bit old. But for some reason, it completely flew under my radar. I don't know how. But good thing the YouTube algorithm every once in a blue moon makes me aware of things I was not aware of. Thank you, Google. At least you're harvesting my data for something useful for once. Anyways, one of the things I definitely wanted to rant about, I'm glad you're here to rant with me about this. You have a little bit of knowledge of wrestling, right? At least the early days.
Me.
You know who the Dudleys are, right?
I might have heard of them. They're twins, I gather.
No, actually, it's the black guy, the white guy. The
Okay.
team 3D, you might know them as. How you not know the
looking this
Dudley
up.
Boys? They've been in WWE since the Attitude Era, man.
Okay, I'm looking them up, so continue.
My God. Anyways, the Dudleys, one of the most legendary tag teams of all time, right up there with, you know, the Ultimate Warrior and what's his name? Animal? What is that? What his name was? I forgot. But right up there with that tag team, up there with the Hardy Boys and many other great tag teams, D-Generation X. Get the tables! Yes, exactly. Not through the tables, get the tables. Devon, get the tables! But right up there with like the legendary tag teams, the Dudley Boys finally hung up their boots. Metaphorically and literally during a TNA show when they were doing a TLC match with the Hardy Boys. At the end of it, they symbolically take off their boots and hand them to the Hardys because they're finally like officially retiring from wrestling. And they've been doing this shit for a long time. They're like in their 50s, just putting their bodies through tables and delivering the 3D to many an unlucky folk of people. But they're finally retiring. I'm really surprised that they're retiring before the Hardy Boys. The Hardy Boys, I don't know how the fuck they still do this shit. They're also, Matt and Jeff Hardy are pretty damn old, but they're still fucking throwing themselves off of ladders and shit. I don't know how they do it. I mean, props to them, but god damn, man. Pretty sure Karis would mostly know about 80s wrestling. Ew, it's not even the golden era. Ew. Everybody knows the Attitude Era is the best. What the hell? Same thing with Skytex. Skytex, I think, is all into the golden era, as they call it, which I think was right before the Attitude Era. I think back like the Hulk Hogan days and stuff like that. But anyways, the Dudleys have officially hung up their boots and are retiring from wrestling. But that's not what we're really talking about, because I was just browsing through Facebook when I saw that, and I made the mistake of going into the comment section. Mostly the comment section was pretty cool. Most people were like, sending their regards to the Dudleys for what they did for wrestling and their amazing performances that they put on over the years as the Dudley Boys. But then there was one particular chatter, which I've seen this person actually get mentioned in the wrestling discussion on Kiwi Farm, so maybe somebody is going to dive deeper into this motherfucker. But in the comment section, there was a woman by the name of, let me see if I can get this right. Let me look this up. I should have wrote it in the notes itself. Let's see. What was her fucking name? Her name was Jennifer Young II. This is not a dox because that's her Facebook name. Jennifer Young II. And she essentially started off with a comment that basically said, wait, actually, I want to get the exact quote. So I'm just going to click on this and take a look at this. This woman commented, "They should have thanked my husband for all the money they made biting his gimmick." Now you're probably wondering, okay, who's she talking about? Who is her husband? And what does she mean biting her husband's gimmick? I'll look into this person. It turns out that Jennifer Young II is the widowed wife of the late New Jack. If you know, you know. New Jack is one of those infamous characters from like the early like ECW days of wrestling. He was absolutely fucking insane in the ring. Like, he was a fucking maniac. This was during a very extreme era of wrestling. We're talking people fucking stapling shit to each other's foreheads. I mean, they were going absolutely fucking buck wild, let me tell you. So New Jack was pretty infamous, I would say, because he acted like a fucking thug. So some people respect the work he did. I might respect it to a certain extent, but from everything I've seen, the man's a fucking thug. There's a very infamous instance where there was some young kid who turned out to not even be 18 plus. I think he was like 16 or 17. Some big fat kid who was like dressed up in like I think like a police outfit or something. I don't exactly remember the backstory of how he got into this match, but essentially, he was facing New Jack. It was like as a little gimmick match. And New Jack absolutely fucking destroyed this young kid. Like went way too damn far. Like fucking busted him wide open. Just beat the absolute dog shit out of this young kid. And that it's very fucking infamous because he fucking did this kid so dirty. Now, to be fair, they didn't know that he was a kid before he jumped into the ring. I think he lied about his age to get into the ring. So that was on him. But New Jack just fucking busted this kid wide open, and I don't think ever really had any regrets about it to this day. So I don't have the best opinions of New Jack from everything that I've seen. So anyways, this Jennifer Young II is basically saying that the Dudley Boys owe their gimmick of get the tables or whatever to New Jack. Now, I don't know if that's exactly true. I know that New Jack was pretty extreme, so maybe he did like using tables and grabbing tables and stuff. It doesn't really matter regardless if that's the case or not. Because it's not, just because somebody might have started a gimmick doesn't mean that it's theirs. Because the Dudley Boys made it famous. And they actually stayed in wrestling, unlike New Jack. Maybe because, unlike New Jack, they're actually good wrestlers. New Jack wasn't a good wrestler. He wasn't known to be very good in the ring. Like he wasn't a good technical wrestler. So obviously he didn't last long. He was kind of a fucking thug. The Dudley Boys were actually good wrestlers. They knew how to not kill their fucking opponents. So they lasted a very fucking long time in wrestling. So I don't know. I just find it absolutely delusional that this woman, on a post that is supposed to be commemorating the Dudley Boys retiring from wrestling, she finds an opportunity to make this about herself and her dead husband. Are you guys going to pay favor to my husband? You guys stole his gimmick. I'm like, sorry, but if it wasn't for the Dudleys, nobody would fucking know about his shit either. New Jack wasn't in wrestling for long enough. The Dudleys came from ECW, didn't they? I think so. Don't quote me on that, but I think so. That's probably why they're also saying that they stole it from New Jack. But they made it their own and they made it famous. New Jack didn't. So this woman's fucking delusional. And she was fighting with people in the comment section who were coming at her. I saw, like, this woman was just one of the most rudest, like, fucking, like, she definitely fits to be the wife of New Jack. 'Cause she acts like a fucking, like an asshole on social media. You got people calling her out and she's like, oh, these fucking wrestling fans, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh my Lord. And she's telling people like, go fuck dudes in the ass or whatever. Get off of here and go to bed with your helmet on. Like she's an asshole. I was like, okay, I gotta take time to fucking call this woman out. I saw it mentioned, and then I saw it mentioned on the wrestling board for, on Kiwi Farms. And I was like, somebody please dive into this fucking lady. Cause I only took a very small glance at her Facebook post where apparently she was getting hate from wrestling fans and a bunch of people in the comment section were like supporting her. They're like, dox those motherfuckers and blah, blah, blah. I was like, what the hell did I just stumble into? What kind of rabbit hole is this? If I had more time, I would dive down it. Somebody with more autism needs to go and dive into that shit. This woman seems fucking insane. Once again, she was married to fucking New Jack, so I'm not really surprised. And no, it's a fucking white woman too. I mean, I guess that kind of fits. Crazy fucking white lady, probably in like her 50s. I don't know. She ain't a looker. I'll tell you that. New Jack could have done better. She ain't a looker.
I was looking through and I didn't realize like one New Jack died at the age of 58. That's young, from a heart attack. And yeah, he did dress himself to look like basically a thug. He didn't really present himself very well. But then I'm reading like other stuff, like he had incidents with Vic Grimes, Gypsy Joe. I don't know who these people are, but they're There are evidently other wrestling people. William Jason. There's a stabbing. Like, this guy was dark, and
Yeah, there's a
if he
certain
did
subsection. There's a
start-
certain subsection of people that like his gimmick. I wouldn't really call it much of a gimmick. I agree with most people.
Stabbing.
He used the wrestling ring as a vector to just hurt people. He wasn't there for the entertainment of wrestling. He just wanted to be able to legally hurt people. Wrestling is supposed to, yes, you're gonna get hurt. You might hurt somebody in wrestling, but the point is not to go in there and fucking. You're not supposed to want to hurt somebody. You're supposed to be there to put on a fucking show. You know, that's what you're there for. You're there to entertain the people, not to hurt people. That goes
You're a
against.
performer.
Yeah, you're a performer. You shouldn't be using wrestling as an excuse like, oh, I can fucking just smack people over the head with a chair. I can take out my aggression. No, you're supposed to not hurt people. You're only there to give the crowd something to watch and something to cheer at.
Son of a bitch. Someone's smoking weed in the hotel. I can smell it.
Sounds about right. Not surprising.
If he wanted to just basically beat the shit out of people, he should have gone into MMA. That's a sport that you absolutely can just go, as long as the ref doesn't stop you, you can go ape shit on somebody. You can bust their nose, their cheekbones, their jaw. Like, if they've got a heartbeat, you can just go to pound.
No, but he wanted to do it like
non-sexual way.
because he was in ECW and this was way more hardcore than WWE was at the time. I mean, ECW was renowned for a reason. I mean, it's called Extreme Championship Wrestling. I mean, this was the promotion where you got people just going fucking buck wild with like the weapons. They're using staple guns. It looks more like backyard wrestling than it did fucking like wrestling that we know of as of today's context. This shit was fucking wild and it was legendary in its own right. But New Jack had quite the reputation on him and not really the best. I respect his I guess contribution to that era of wrestling, but he's not a good guy. And his wife is definitely, I don't know. I mean, I get it. Her husband died, so she's probably a little bit upset. It's probably some trauma that she's carrying with her. But like going on there and like being disrespectful on a post that's supposed to be commemorating the fucking Dudley Boys and taking it as an opportunity to be like, but you took my husband's gimmick. Like, shut the fuck up, lady. Your husband didn't last that long in the wrestling world because he wasn't a good wrestler. He got in there. He hurt people. He had no regard for people's safety, and some people enjoyed that. But long term, that's why he didn't have a career in wrestling. So and the Dudleys did. They're only just now fucking retiring after being in the WWE and TNA and several other promotions for over 2 decades or so, with multiple championships under their belt. So at the end of the day, even if they might have swiped the gimmick off your husband, it's not necessarily about who creates something. It's about who makes something famous, who makes it recognizable. Fucking Thomas Edison didn't create the light bulb. He basically stole that shit, but he did the work to make the invention go further. Sometimes that's just how it is, man.
Dudleys aren't that much younger. They're a handful of years younger than New Jack was. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But they were in wrestling for like 2 decades. New Jack, I don't even think he was wrestling into the 2000s. I could be wrong. I don't think he even made it to the 2000s. I don't know much about his career.
He died in 21.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about just his wrestling career. I don't remember when he stopped wrestling, but I don't think he was wrestling very long into the 2000s.
At most, Extreme Pro went from 01 to 2012.
So he was in some smaller promotions, what you're saying?
Yeah. He did some smaller stuff.
I think that says a lot. Not to put down indie wrestlers and whatnot. Like, it's, hey, there's some fun to be had in those indie promotions. But I think that says a lot that, New Jack didn't even make it into the big leagues for very fucking long. I don't even think he ever touched WWE because this was back when ECW was separate from WWF. Like eventually WWE got ECW in the I think it was in the late 2000s before the 2010s. I think WWE got like they owned ECW and they brought back ECW, although it wasn't the same as it was in the 90s. I'll tell you that from what I remember watching back in the days. But yeah, I don't even so he never made it to WWE.
Looks like it. He had a short comeback from 2016 to 21. He went up against some guy named Phil Baroni, who was an MMA fighter. This guy looks fucking jacked.
Yeah, how did that go?
It was unsanctioned. I don't think it went well. I'm just kind of skimming over. I mean, if you look up just what New Jack looks like, and then you look up Phil Baroni. Phil Baroni looks like there's a few times when like Gerard Butler in 300. Imagine that. That's kind of Phil Baroni. Like he's just fucking absolutely jacked. I don't imagine that going. And the photo they show is from 2019, so he was taking care of himself.
Yeah.
It's messy. It looks really messy.
Yeah, he's like I said. It's like I don't have the best opinion of New Jack just because it just seems like he was just not a nice person. And I tend to not like nice people, especially if they're not even that good at wrestling itself. Like being good at wrestling is not. There's not a lot of people who are really good as wrestlers. WWE has tried to push a lot of people in the past who were not very good as wrestlers. I remember one of the biggest ones was the Great Khali, who was not a good wrestler. He was a good guy, apparently. Apparently, he did a lot of good things back in India, where he's from, or whatever. But he was not really a good wrestler. Maybe part of that is because he's a 7-foot tall fucking giant, and I wouldn't expect somebody that fucking huge to be a good wrestler. But he was one of those people that they brought in because his whole gimmick is he's fucking large. Because WWE loves to do that. Every once in a while, they'll bring in a new character and be like, hey guys, we have a new guy. What is he about? Oh, he's very big. That's it.
Yeah.
He's big.
7'1".
Yeah, he's fucking massive, man. Like, they had him throwing people around and fucking... I remember there was one time, because there was one era where he had this finishing move where he basically grab your skull and squeeze it until you're just lifeless. That was like a finishing move for him.
Oh,
and he did it. They had him do it to Rey Mysterio, and I guess they set it up to where Rey Mysterio started like bleeding out of his mouth. Maybe he had like a blood packet in his mouth or whatever.
Probably.
And they had him like squeezing little Rey Mysterio's skull, and you just see the blood pouring out of Rey Mysterio's mouth. I'm like, God damn, you made it look like you killed him.
I think if you're gonna you're gonna do some massive hemorrhaging, and you're probably gonna have blood coming at your ears.
Well, obviously he's not actually squeezing somebody's head like that. They're making it look like he was his hands were like a damn hydraulic press.
Yeah, they're doing it's one of the kills from Friday the 13th. It's like 5 or 7 or something like that. And Jason literally like takes the skull of one of the people and just like I think from the back and just like crushes it in. Like they actually had a prop that deflates, and they actually filmed this. It's one of the few times where Jason Voorhees actually like crushes a head, and they just like bunch of blood coming. That's what I think of when you describe that.
I wonder if that was their inspiration. I don't know. I mean, that was
it's possible.
But then, like with most wrestlers, they kind of turn Great Khali into they always like push these big wrestlers like they're a monster. Nobody can take them down. But then eventually they become jobbers. Basically, they even did that to fucking Kane. Kane was supposed to be an unstoppable, the big red machine, the fucking monster, man. And there was a period of time where they were just treating Kane as nothing. I'm like, bro, how can you do that to our boy Glenn Jacobs, Kane? How can you do that to our boy? Nothing about that man looks like a jobber at all. You can't just be throwing Kane around the goddamn ring like he's nothing. This is like a 6 foot something fucking jacked motherfucker. I love Kane. Kane is one of my favorite wrestlers of all time. And the fact that they didn't give him more world title shots and WWE shots is real fucking painful. But that's okay. Kane is still one of the best wrestlers of all time. If
Kane, that name sounds familiar.
It's Kane, you know, the guy that Undertaker's brother.
Okay, I know of the Undertaker.
God,
I recognize that.
You guys are such boomers. You guys only know about old ass shit, bro. I gotta come in here and school you about new age wrestling. God damn, I don't even watch wrestling anymore.
At least I'm willing to learn. I'm not like, I get your goddamn new wrestling off my lawn.
I was trying to talk to SkyTex and DMs about this exact topic. And he shows me like a wrestler from I'm like, who the hell is that? And he was telling me who it was and what era they're in. I was like, oh, of course, you fucking boomer. You bring out some goddamn wrestler from pre-Attitude Era. Okay, what the? I was not even alive for the No, I was barely alive for the Attitude Era. But I definitely wasn't alive for that fucking shit. The picture was in black and white. I was like, what the hell kind of wrestler are you watching? Andre the Giant is still the best. Is he though? I mean, he was just big. I don't know much about Andre the Giant, but was he a good wrestler or was he just big?
I think it was a little of both. Like, people were intimidated of Andre.
Because he was huge!
He had, knee problems, but, he barely moved his hand and he'd throw you to the floor. He just had that much mass behind him. But he was also this gentle giant. So I think that's why people were intimidated, because...
Well, yeah, I hear that. I hear that Andre the Giant was a very nice guy, outside the ring and whatnot. But I was like, wasn't his whole gimmick just being, the Giant? I don't know. Yeah. I don't think there's a lot of big wrestlers who are actually good wrestlers. I hear that the Big Show is pretty decent if you want to criticize his wrestling ability. But a lot of big wrestlers are never going to be the best at wrestling itself because they're fucking massive. They can't really get around as good as Rey Mysterio or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think it's a balance. Just from my observation, there's a balance of being good at choreographing what you want to do and being just enough of a smartass, just enough of an arrogant smartass to blend with it. Some people, they go New Jack, evidently, he was full cocky smartass with barely any choreography. And then you've got the Dudley boys, and they're very good at the choreography. Then maybe a little bit of smart. I've never seen the Dudleys. They were pretty good on the mic. That helps. I like wrestlers who have good in-ring ability and are also good at cutting promos, because that's usually the full package right there. Since, wrestling is theatrics, so being good on the microphone definitely helps when you're trying to be a wrestler. It's not essential. There's been several wrestlers who were not good on the mic, but were amazing in the ring. I don't remember Chris Benoit being that great on the microphone. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't remember him being that great on the microphone. But he was said to be one of the best technical wrestlers of all time. He is renowned. It sucks that his legacy got tainted by what he did in his end times, unfortunately, but it doesn't erase how good of a wrestler he was. People still talk about how good this guy was at wrestling. But the Dudleys, they were pretty good on the microphone, but more than anything, they were just entertaining. Plus, who doesn't want to watch? Who doesn't like watching two guys put people through tables? There is something, I think, entertaining. That's something Jackass should have done. If Jackass would have put Johnny Knoxville up against maybe the Dudleys, I don't know, pick someone of your choice and just maybe they did.
I was about to say I couldn't remember. I don't think Johnny Knoxville ever got put in the WWE, but Steve-O got beat up in the WWE. They brought Steve-O on one time and they fucking beat the shit out of him. I don't think Johnny ever got in the ring, unless I'm misremembering. Maybe
Johnny, I think, has learned. He fucked his body up enough that he started to steer away. But Steve-O, he just kept going. There was one I think it was like the roast of Mike Tyson or somebody like that, and Steve-O and Tyson are there, obviously, and Steve-O just tells Mike, hold your fist out and I will run into it. And so Mike he's like holding his fist, and Steve-O rears back and like lunges forward into his fist and just pows like in the air, smashes into him, and Mike's just laughing over how crazy Steve-O is. So
These guys, all those guys were crazy. What you got? What do you mean? What they turned Kane into? Okay, I don't think that unmasked Kane was a bad switch. Later, what they turned him into was terrible, but I think that the unmasking of Kane was a pretty good story arc. I think they did it pretty well. You know, they had the lead up of him and Rob Van Dam being tag team champions, and Rob Van Dam trying to get him to unmask himself and saying he doesn't need to hide behind the mask, because they had this whole storyline that, you know, Kane would wear the mask because he was like brutally scarred underneath the mask, like he had been like in a fire or something, like, because their whole like backstory is that he's supposed to be dead or whatever. That's why he was such a shocking character when he showed up, and everybody's like, oh my god, everybody thought that Undertaker's brother was dead. No, here he is. Obviously they couldn't really hold to that whole being scarred thing once he actually took the mask off. So they a little bit of retconning there, but he was still fucking terrifying looking when he took that mask off at first. He had he would come out with a cloak on his head and shit. He looked like fucking demented. He wore like those contacts that makes one of his eyes look all fucked up and shit. Like, he was a very scary guy to look at, which is so funny when you see him outside the ring, where he's just like, I think he's currently or was a mayor. He's done like, he's been like an insurance guy or whatever. Like, he's a very professional guy, pretty decent guy outside the ring, but his whole gimmick in wrestling was being the big red monster, fucking like borderline killing people, sending them to hell and shit like that.
Clifford IRL.
Yes. Sorry, but Stone Cold was only good on the mic. He sucked in the ring. What do you mean? Well, I don't know if I would say Stone Cold sucked in the ring. Maybe he wasn't the best at wrestling, but he was fun to watch. He wasn't very technical or anything, but his Stone Cold Stunner was always fun, especially if a wrestler knew how to sell it. The Rock was the best at selling the Stone Cold Stunner. When The Rock when he would get stunnered, he would pop up in the air and like fucking do a flip and shit. Like, he oversold the fucking stunner, and it made it so absolutely hilarious to watch. But yeah, I will say Stone Cold is mostly renowned just for his promos and for his ability on the microphone. Sometimes it kind of goes the other way. Some wrestlers are more good on the mic than they are in the ring, but it's all about entertainment. So sometimes, you know, that's fine.
He put all of his points into charisma and
yeah, basically he put all of his points into fucking charisma, because he was so good at it, man. Like, he's always pissed off. He always wants to fucking fuck over McMahon. Like, it's one of he's one of the best characters of all time, because you can actually believe that Stone Cold is like that outside the ring. And I would actually believe that he was like that outside the ring. He's a bald, pissed off Texan who wants to drink beer and kick people's ass and takes no shit from authority.
One of the weirdest events, I only watched this because of just how crazy it sounded. It was the Trump versus McMahon, just that whole crazy facade thing that went on.
I love that. The Battle of the Billionaires.
Yeah, Battle of the Billionaires. I actually watched a good portion of that. Not really betting on either one. Just curious, like, are they actually going to attempt to shave Trump's head, or is someone going to get paid off? Like, how's this going to turn out?
Of course they didn't shave his head, but they still gave him the Stone Cold Stunner.
That was interesting to see, and yeah, just
to think that our current president of the United States was in a ring with Stone Cold Steve Austin and got hit with the Stone Cold Stunner in front of a massive live audience. That's fucking. I still have that. That's WrestleMania 23. I have it on DVD. I have the box set. One of my. I used to watch the fuck out of that goddamn shit. Man, they have fucking Farouk on there. At one point, they just have a big party going on in the background. Maybe you didn't watch this part of WrestleMania 23, but there was like a big party going on in the background, and then all of a sudden the party kind of like stops. And you know who Farouk is, right? He was with Bradshaw, the black guy. He was very jacked as shit. Just look up Farouk. I don't even know how to spell that. But at one point, there happened like a goddamn party in the back of WrestleMania 23, and then the party just stops all of a sudden. And they might even have done like the record scratch. I don't know if I'm just misremembering. But then all of a sudden, Farouk comes out of the left field, and he just looks at everybody partying, and he looks at the camera, and he's like, damn. And he just walks off screen, and everybody's just like, huh? And then they get back to partying. the accolades, yeah, the acolytes, yeah. I only remember him for his iconic catchphrase. Damn. They bring that back every once in a while. Another wrestler I like from the Attitude Era was Rikishi. Why Rikishi? All he did was just shove his ass cheeks in your face. That was his whole thing, was just, hey, you want some big Samoan ass cheeks in your face? Here you go. Some big oiled up ass cheeks. And apparently there's a backstory where if he liked you enough, he would like baby powder his ass so that it wouldn't be too bad. I think, wasn't there a female wrestler whose finisher was basically just shoving her ass in your face? I don't remember which.
China?
No, China actually beat the shit out of people. China fought men. She was a strong motherfucker. I love China. There is something oddly that makes my penis want to shoot off my body when I look at China. I don't know what it is. She doesn't have the best face, but there's just something about the fact that I know that, have you seen her arms? She could probably toss me across the goddamn warehouse and I would come while she does it. China is not a man. That is a woman. There, you can watch what is it? One Night in China, and you'll find out that she did a porn.
Why does it sound like a porn film?
It is a porn.
In China.
It is a porn. You think I'm kidding? That's actually a porn. It's called One Night in China. Wow. She actually did a porn. There was a whole other backstory where she was actually dating Triple H. And Triple H broke up with her to get with Stephanie McMahon, and then she went down like a rabbit hole of like drug abuse and stuff, and ended up dying from like drugs and stuff like that, and depression. And some people, I wouldn't take it as far in my opinion, but some people blame Triple H for leaving her for Stephanie McMahon. But I can almost understand, because I mean, Triple H is now literally the head of the company because he slept with the boss's daughter. Kind of a shitty way to get yourself into power, but hey, I mean, Stephanie McMahon was pretty bad back in the days, man. She was, whoo, man. Frickin' Stephanie McMahon back in the days, my dick is gonna shoot off my body again. Although she is still pretty good looking. I will say, for her age, she's not a bad looking woman. I'll give her props. But back in the day, Stephanie McMahon's whole goddamn premise was they would just call her a whore. That was her whole thing. She comes out there, she's literally the boss's daughter, and they just like call her a whore. I'm like, goddamn, I love old wrestling. Can we go back to doing that? I mean, I will give new WWE props. Women do show some fat ass cheeks in the modern WWE. Like their ass cheeks are just on full display, and I'm not complaining. I'm all for it. But they're not calling women. They're not calling women whores enough, unfortunately. But yeah. Anyways, that was a nice little TISM there. But I just saw that. That was just, I don't know, insane to me. If anybody wants to dive down the rabbit hole of that fucking woman, Kiwi Farms, get on it, man. That shit was fucking wild. I don't have enough attention span to jump down that rabbit hole. But yeah, that woman seems fucking insane. It is what it is.
Backdoor to China.
Wait, is that actually what one of the videos is called?
That is a video from 2011. Backdoor to China.
Wait, 2011? She was making porn in 2011?
Who knew she could deep throat is apparently one of the reviews.
God, Skytech's like, I will watch this when I get home for research purposes. Yes, give us I want your technical review by tomorrow, Skytex, of One Night in China, backdoor to China and whatever other material.
Oh no.
What?
In 2012, there was Avengers Triple X, a porn parody. She played She-Hulk.
No.
Oh, She-Hulk before She-Hulk got neutered, bastardized.
Did they just put her in green fucking paint?
I'm opening up the IMDb to see if they have any photos. They're probably gonna be censored out the ass.
I mean, she hey, for a buff woman, she has some pretty fat ass titties. I'll give her that, and a nice ass. I remember one time, literally like I think D-Generation X was like showing off their ass or whatever, because you know D-Generation X were a bunch of fucking wild boys, right? But like all the Triple H and them were just fucking flashing their ass cheeks. And China just fucking flashes her ass cheeks. And, you know, of course, JR is over there, or not JR, but Jerry the King Lawler's over there doing what he did best back in the days, being like, oh my God, oh, ass. Because fucking Jerry Lawler was a fucking gooner back in the days. Anytime a woman would come out, he'd just be like gooning the entire time. He'd just be like, oh, the puppies. Fucking yeah, he was fucking wild. And then you have JR basically being like, all right, Jerry Lawler, calm the hell down. He was like the voice of reason while Lawler was being a fucking gooner on the microphone. Fucking wild times, man. Wild times. We're never going to get those days back. Especially with Saudi Arabia getting their fucking hands on the WWE. It's over. Now all the women are going to be in burqas.
They're getting their hands on everything. The wrestling, AAA gaming, you know, take a pick.
Yay. Sharia law. That's what I love in my wrestling. Anyways, fucking we see what one of the other things I fucking saw on here. Something, does any of these even connect? Oh, and more dystopian future news and reminder that we're all fucked and we definitely are going to be in a surveillance state. I just saw a video about this last night. Apparently, because of several laws in several states, including Texas, Idaho, and Louisiana, let me just pull this up. Where did it go? It's right here. Let's just pull that up. There we go. According to this article right here. Oh, wait, I should probably share it with you so you can actually see what I'm talking about. That'd probably be a good idea. I always forget to share my screen. But according to this, Apple and also Google, it doesn't say Google, but Google will also have to comply. Apple will have to comply with another App Store age verification. Well, this one says in California, but the video I was watching, yeah, here's the Texas law. Apple recently explained how it will comply with an App Store age verification law in Texas and will now face a similar requirement in California. The Texas law takes effect on January 1st, 2026. It's already been like approved into law, so it's already too fucking late. You can't really like stop it because it's already been approved by the Texas legislature, and I believe the same thing for Idaho and Louisiana. Anyone who creates a new Apple account after that date will need to confirm whether they're 18 years or older. Fortunately, there's no obligation to capture photo ID to prove a user's age, and Apple has found a way to allow developers to comply without exposing any personal data to them. And in California law, a similar law has now appeared in California after gaining unanimous support. I'm really surprised in fucking California of all places, it's fucking overly supported. In the state assembly, this one places more of the responsibility on parents, and again, doesn't require any photo ID, which I guess is good. But I think it's starting to get a little bit insane to me that all these platforms are now just requiring us to age verify. Like, why? Like, why?
That's a good question, and people keep asking, why is it happening now? It's because there was a big meeting with a bunch of these fucking world leaders about a year or two ago, and they all collectively decided It's gonna happen in the future. I mentioned this to one of Smash JT's streams a while back. This shit was contracted, researched, re-researched, tested, verified, implemented long fucking time ago. Databases were built, software was designed and coded and licensed. This shit was planned. This didn't just fucking happen. There's companies doing this shit, and it all happened under our nose.
Like one the video I was watching, made the joke that now you'll have to be age verified to even download a weather app, which they were making a joke, but they're not wrong, because this apparently all apps will have to verify. Doesn't even matter if it's a 18 plus app. This isn't like, Tinder and stuff like that has to verify, which makes sense, or porn apps or 18 plus games, stuff like that. This is all apps. So in theory, you need to verify the age so I can fucking check the weather? Why? Like, why? Like, it's
because little Billy, who's 5, could be up to something. You'd never know.
Oh no, he knows that there's a 20% chance of thunderstorms. Oh no, him and his other storm watching friends are gonna get together and jerk each other off. Oh no, protect the kids from thunderstorms.
It's quite a slippery slope. You go from chasing tornadoes to getting fucked in the ass. It's just that simple.
I was gonna say getting sucked. Maybe by a tornado, maybe by your friend Billy, but don't worry about it. It doesn't matter.
Billy's got to be a hero at some point.
Yeah, somebody's got to do the sucking. It ain't gonna suck itself. That's all I'm saying. God damn. But yeah, this is getting a little bit out of hand. Are we just gonna have to age verify and they're saying we don't have to give over our ID, and that's
not yet.
Not yet. That's what I'm saying. It's like the slippery slope. We keep allowing this shit to happen. First, Texas was like, and all these other states were like, okay, you need to age verify to go on Pornhub. Which, of course, I have never fucking obeyed by that. I use a VPN. I'm not giving my fucking ID over to a site just because I want to jerk off. The last thing I want is somehow a data leak happening and all my personal data is attached to my fucking ID. This isn't like, all your personal data is attached to like a username. No, they could, in theory, attach it to a fucking a first name, last name. That's the last thing I would want happening. So this is why the slippery slope exists. Like
I got an interesting story.
What?
Something like that. This isn't for me. This is when I was married years ago. One of the friends that we had, my ex-wife was pagan, and she had pagan friends, and we had them over for dinner one night. As I don't remember what the fuck the reason was, but we did, and we're just sharing stories back and forth, and porn sites came up. And the guy had shared that he had actually worked for one of these. It was like the accounting back end of one of these porn sites that handled all the like the Visa and MasterCard transactions. And he got a little curious. And so he entered his own name and found all the transactions. And this is I think 5 or 10 years after he had supposedly made these transactions, but he found his name with all the transactions and the basic credit card information, I guess the last 4 or 5 numbers and whatnot, but it was all there. Long after the transaction, years after, it was still fucking there. Yeah, that shit's gotta be tied. If you go verifying your identity to go access Pornhub, yeah, it fucking will be tied, and it will be there as long as the database is live. So that usually it used to be retention was 3 years or something like that. No, it's gonna be for life. You hear stories about general, or I don't remember what the rank is below general, but when the military wants to promote somebody to a general, they go through their entire life. Everything they've ever done in their life, every command, everything, every order they've received. If there is a single solitary fuck up, they do not get promoted. And those people going up for a high ranking, respected position. And that's all that they have, everything database, because the government loves data. You think they're not gonna use that shit if they can get their hands on it? They will.
I'm just thinking of like big leaks, like that one site, Ashley Madison, which was that site that was basically just a dating site for cheaters, for people wanting to cheat on their spouse, and they leaked literally the names of everybody that had an account, and obviously, I'm not saying that these cheaters didn't deserve what came to them. I mean, it is what it is, but it's still. These leaks happen. I don't trust any company. I don't even trust government websites to keep data safe. So I would prefer if we don't have to enter so much goddamn data just to use these things. It just opens up more fucking rabbit holes. If there's anything I've learned from looking at the farms and stuff, is that it's so easy to leave one little trace of yourself somewhere, and that to open the door to 1,000 other pings on other websites and services. It only takes one little nugget of data that you leave somewhere that you forgot about, and then everything else can be connected to you, and your entire life can be unraveled in an instant. So the last thing we need to be doing is giving these sites more data that that's most likely going to end up leaked, because obviously bad actors are going to want this data badly. They're always trying to pen test and trying to get into servers of these big services so they can take the data, sell it on the dark web. You know what they do. You know what bad actors do. That's what they're in the business of doing. They're not ethical hackers who are trying to find security holes. They're trying to find security holes so that they can fucking exploit it and what's the word? Completely just sell it. And
they're gremlins. They just want to fuck things up.
Yeah, there's been a lot of data leaks. Like, that's why there's you should always check on "Have I been pwned?" and type in your email address, because you'll find out if you've had an email address for a while. It's probably, if you weren't smart, it's probably in many dark web data leaks. I found out my primary email was in one of those, and I ignored it for the longest fucking time, which is a rookie mistake. But I've never even looked into the data, but trust me, there's probably a lot.
Did you ever hear about the big old list of the do not fly list of people? Did you hear about how that got leaked?
I didn't know it got leaked in the first place.
It did. It was like 1 point something million users. And the only reason that it was made known, this document was originally on in government security, there's things called a nipper and a sipper. The sipper is the super back end that never touches the internet. And the nipper is government networks. It's typically shit that I deal with. But the sipper is where skiffs and stuff are, where you don't connect anything that's ever touched the internet at all. Well, someone had taken something from the sipper, pulled it off, and then put it onto a public accessing server somewhere on a remote site that typically doesn't do jack shit. It's like county, some remote computer at a county site. Well, some random black hat was just doing some hacking, and they happen to get through, and they see this file, and they're like, "The fuck is this?" And they look at it, and they're like, "Oh, this is a do not fly list." And so they just boom, threw it out. They weren't even looking for it. They just found the fucking thing. And they're like, whoo-wee, and they threw it out to the internet. And everybody knew whether they were on the list or not. It's probably changed since then. And this was about within the last 5 years. But yeah, do not fly list, the entire fucking thing for every person.
Let's see if Pippa's name's on there. They saw what you wanted to do to Walmart. She's on the do not fly list. I can't remember if it was her or another VTuber that joked about being on a no fly list. I don't know. I would have to. I'm misremembering, so I don't want to make a statement that I can't back up. But I feel like she joked about that. Anyways, yeah, I think we're starting to get into some weird times where everything wants to fucking age verify. It's like, God damn it. Whatever happened to just being a fucking parent, man? Just parents need to do their fucking job. I'll say this time and time again. parents need to fucking do their job. They need to
Oh,
know,
no, they won't.
they need to learn how to use parental controls. They need to learn how to watch what their kids are doing. Maybe not fucking spy on them, but watch what your kids are doing. Don't let them have unfettered access to fucking, especially Discord. If I had a child, they're not having a Discord. I'm telling you right now, I would lock down their phone with all the parental features. They're not having a Discord. They're not having a fucking a lot of these platforms. They're not having Instagram. They're not having any of this shit. I would put fucking screen time on like stuff like TikTok where they get like maybe an hour a day. I would be the most unfun fucking parent because I understand what can happen when you get unfettered access to the internet. Trust me, I was one of those kids. I would have been corrupted in many, many ways because of my grandparents not having any knowledge of the internet enough to even watch what I was doing in those.
I wouldn't have even given them a flip phone.
Yeah, I mean that's what I wouldn't give a. I probably wouldn't give a child a smartphone until they're probably in their teen years. Before that, they're getting a fucking flip phone. They're getting the most basic ass fucking phone I can find at the damn Dollar General. That's what they're getting. Is the bot dead? The streamer bot didn't connect to YouTube, to the YouTube stream for some reason. It does that every once in a while. It is what it is. Unfortunately. So that sucks. But yeah, parents just need to do their damn jobs. And we're gonna have to find more and more ways to get around having to hand over our goddamn data to these platforms. And yeah, Apple and Google are having to do it because they have no choice. They have to follow the law, obviously. And they're saying that they're going to have an API that's going to be safe, but I doubt it. I doubt it.
APIs aren't safe.
There's going to be a hole somewhere.
The APIs are not.
Especially because they're having to build it with not that long of a time frame. Because, I mean, they have until January 1st. There's probably going to be... That's not a lot of time to develop a very, like, ironclad API for developers. So, I don't know what data they're going to ask for, how they're going to do this verification. They say it's not going to require ID. I don't fucking know. I guess we're going to fucking find out. I know that AI verification doesn't fucking work. Because I know when Discord had to enable it, a lot of users apparently were getting flagged as being children with the AI because they looked young. I'm like, I could have told you that was going to happen. You really think that you can tell the age of somebody based on their face? Some people just have a young face. What?
And some people Photoshop their face to look young.
I think a lot of people, I think whenever that came out, they were using a picture, the McLovin picture on the goddamn, the McLovin photo or something.
I've heard that name.
Or something else. They're using something to basically verify themselves. Obviously, they weren't showing their real face, which I could have told you that was going to happen too. Or they're just going to generate a very realistic AI picture, and they're going to show that to the camera. Like, people are going to get around that. So not only does it barely work, but it's so easily able to be circumvented. Really,
just remember, people, what were we going to say?
I was going to say that the only, like, ironclad way is ID, but I don't want to hand my fucking ID over to everybody.
You'll have to at some point. The thing to remember with these governing organizations is they still think in a time frame when dial-up was the primary internet. Just remember that, and everything will make so much more sense. They don't understand the internet as we do. They don't understand the nuances of what the internet is. The idea of trying to fake things, work around get around rules, not be public. Like, government people are all about, like, when I go to my job, I have to show my badge, I have specific IDs for certain airports. And if I don't show that ID, I don't fucking get in. I can't do my job. So you're all about just like, you show your ID to them before they even ask a question. Government likes that. They think that's how the world works because they're in their little fucking bubble and they don't understand that reality exists. We don't want to deal with that shit in our everyday lives. Maybe when we're at work is one thing, but when we're getting fucking groceries, I don't want to scan my fucking ID just to buy a bottle of Essentia water. But
Not sponsored.
That's where it's going. Not sponsored yet. Fucking sponsor me, please.
Let's see. I was trying to find this other thing because speaking of government, I saw something else on Facebook. I can't find the source image. I hope it. Wait, let's try to search with Google instead. I keep forgetting that Brave searches with Brave's search engine by default. Let's see. Ice cream.
Only the brave.
Let's see.
You will
Aha.
die.
I found it. I think. At least on Google Images, I think. Where did it go? No, it's not showing me. Because I don't want to...
Find the things. Find all the things.
Where's the source?
The source is, I made it the fuck up.
There's like this YouTube video that kind of shows some of the stuff. Well, I guess that's relevant enough. So I'll just put this on screen. But I was on Facebook and I saw something about a ice cream shop apparently in Illinois that had a sign that essentially said, "ICE are not to enter this premises. You need a warrant to come in here." Blah blah blah. Like basically saying ICE can't come in there. Right? And I was like,
Okay.
and the first thing I thought was like, that's not how that works.
Nope.
Like at all. Do these guys not know how the law works? You don't need a fucking warrant to show up at a public business. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I would love to get like a lawyer's like opinion on this. I don't I don't know, fucking get Legal Eagle on the case or Attorney Tom or somebody or Legal Mindset. Cause I would love to see what they have to say because they know all the legal jargon. But just from like an armchair lawyer standpoint, I'm pretty sure that's not how that works. You can't just say, "Oh, ICE, you can't come in here without a warrant." It's a public fucking business. Does a police officer have to have a warrant to enter a public business? No. And neither does ICE. They're federal agents. They can walk in all they want. The only thing they probably need a warrant for is to search the actual place itself. But they can walk in all they want.
Yeah, so this is something I've actually gone through training in. I can talk a little bit about that. There is specific times where the organization that I'm with, this has apparently happened enough at other businesses that training was warranted, where you may have either FBI or DEA show up unannounced at the entrance of the business, and you have to give certain like responses. You have to address them a certain way. You have to stay with them. You don't have to help them. You're not required to help them, but you can't stop them either, because there's a big thing, obstruction of justice. They love to utilize that one. So basically you just have to be like a fucking parrot. If they're going to demand the walk, we're going to go in, we're going to seize this thing, you have to say, okay, and you don't try and stop them, but you observe them and you take any notes that you can. You get a hold of fucking legal and let them deal with that shit. That's the kind of stuff that I have to deal with. Well, not that kind of stuff, but you go through training to learn how to deal with something like that. And that's for federal. Like federal, yeah, they can do whatever the fuck. If they have a reasonable suspicion, there's much more leeway given for the federal level than for something like state. When PD pulls you over, they have to have reasonable suspicion to go in and start searching a vehicle, which can then be argued in the courts.
No, they need probable cause, not reasonable suspicion.
That's what probable cause.
Yeah, very different thing.
Yeah, probable cause. With federal, they're federal. They can do virtually whatever the fuck.
Well, to be fair, ICE can't just storm into your house because that's a private, property. They do need a warrant to come into your house, but they don't.
Residents.
If they want to go into some random business, they can walk in there. That just like any other citizen. Like
That's
whether
probably what the
whether
difference is.
whether they're there on official duty or maybe they just want to get themselves a 2 scoops of pistachio or something, you know? They might be there to get some pistachio, or they might be there to fucking arrest Pedro behind the counter because he's illegal. You don't fucking know. I just find it very funny how some people do not understand how the law works. Like, I'm all for protecting your rights and stuff, but this is not how this works. You don't just put up a sign and say, "Hey, ICE, you are not allowed to come here. You stay away." You know what that? You know what?
Also,
that's more like ringing the dinner bell. That's like ding, ding, ding. There's something going on here. Because why would you tell ICE not to come to your business if you're not breaking the law? Like, I don't have a sign on my car, you know, in the back window that says, "Hey, police officers, you are not allowed to pull me over. I am doing nothing illegal." Like, no, that would just make me, I do not have drugs. You are not allowed to search. Like, that. No, that's just gonna make me fucking look suspicious. Why would you even put the sign up? Because what that tells me, and I'm pretty sure an ice cream business, at least in my experience, a lot of ice cream places are owned by Hispanics. No problem with that. But it is what it is, at least in my area. A lot of these ice cream shops in my area are owned by Hispanic families. That you're all yeah. Well, a lot of donut shops are owned by Asians. At least in my area, a lot of them are owned by older Asian people. But regardless, that is just one way to make sure that ICE does show up at your shop. Because why are you? What are you trying to keep them away for?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of suspicious. I mean, I'm not here to give my take necessarily on if I agree with ICE or not. But at the end of the day, do you really want to have the federal agents knocking at your door? I wouldn't.
Nope.
So maybe you shouldn't call attention to yourself. These signs are just literally like putting a big beacon, a fucking bat signal up in the air, saying, "Hey, ICE, come here, over here." Like,
ice, baby.
Yeah, dun 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 dun. It's like they're gonna fucking bust down the door, and they don't need a goddamn warrant. It's okay to know your rights, but it's not your right. It's a public business. They can walk in all they want. They might have some legal tape that they have to follow. I don't know, because when you start dealing with federal agents, a lot of things start really getting thrown out the window versus, you know, your local PD or something.
Well, also, when it gets to the federal level, like I think state is a little more, I guess you could say, impulsive when it comes to like acting on taking the initiative. Federal, like DOJ level, they won't act for a long time because they're getting every single fucking piece of evidence that will help their case, so that when they do execute the search, there's no way that you can possibly deflect because they have everything on you. You might as well just like hold your hands up and say, "Okay, I'm ready to go to jail," because you're fucked by the time the DOJ is ready to
I'm pretty sure ICE doesn't just walk around being like, "Okay, let's see where we want to bust in next." I'm pretty sure they get like a tip and they start building up, you know, they start doing some paperwork and whatnot in the background. Now, I know that ICE does pull over random people. I've seen ICE even in my local area. I can tell that they're ICE because they have the face masks on. They look like what you have seen ICE agents looking like. I've seen them pulling people over just in my area. I've heard of ICE raids on gas stations. They're finding obviously a bunch of, you know, Pakistani and Indians who aren't legal here, and they're, you know, doing what they do. So they don't need a warrant for that shit. And they probably already have it if they need it. They probably already filed the warrant if they really, but they don't really need it anyways. Like, so stop ringing the fucking dinner bell. If you don't want to get caught by ICE, fly under the fucking radar just like illegals have been doing for the longest time. The number one rule of being illegal is do not call attention to yourself. Do not commit crimes. Do not commit crimes because you're most likely going to get found out. You don't fucking announce yourself. Don't talk about the fact that you're illegal, and don't put fucking signs in your business that says, "Hey, ICE, don't come here," because now ICE are going to come there. You're stupid. You're dumb. It's once again, like I said earlier, it's like criminals fucking basically calling attention to themselves. It's not something you want to do. Scaly said the mayor of Chicago passed a city ordinance saying that there was ice-free zones, but he has no way of enforcing it. What does he do during the winter? That'd kind of suck, you know?
Already hard. I like the later message. He said, "Today we hit Subway."
Yeah, ice is just they got their little fucking round table. They're like, all right, boys, we hit that small little ice cream shop. Now we're gonna hit the Subway. I'm gonna find out what's really in those footlongs.
I saw an ice raid. I think it was it like my birthday or something? There was some I think it was like anniversary. Hutara and I were in Vancouver, and we went to like Barnes and Noble. We went to a few places, and we're rounding the corner, I think, to go home, and we're passing. I don't know if you have these. It's called the Old Spaghetti Factory.
No.
And it's just pasta. It sounds terrible. Old rotten 20-year-old spaghetti, whatever. But we're passing it, and we first saw like 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 cop cars. We're thinking, oh wow, like something going on. Maybe a traffic stop. We're going around them. I'm stopped counting the cop cars after 10. And I stopped counting the amount of like actual people that were in like some sort of officer combat gear after like 20. And they were it was an ice raid, and they had one guy. They were not fucking around. They took up half the fucking
Pedro, get him! Get him! Fucking 20 cops storm one fucking random Mexican guy. It's like we got you, you fucking criminal scum. You're going back to Mexico.
I can't, like, I was visualizing the meeting where they go in at 6 or 8 in the morning, and they're doing the meeting, and they announce, today we're gonna be working with ICE, or I think they call them CBP internally. We're gonna be working with CBP, and we're gonna be going to the Old Spaghetti Factory. We need volunteers. And 20 hands just raise up. I want to go.
Yeah, I'm bored. I haven't had no fun today. Let's go. Maybe I might get to shoot a minority. Yeehaw! Hell yeah, brother! But back to Scaly's, like, you can't pass a Sydney ordinance banning a federal agent. What is wrong? I've seen this. And Chicago's not the only one. I think I've heard of like California's tried to do stuff like that. I'm like, you guys can't ban federal agents from what? You're gonna ban the FBI and the CIA next? That's not how this fucking works. The federal is over you motherfuckers. Have you not learned the balance of powers? States have their rights, but like nothing tops federal agents. They have the most jurisdiction. They literally have jurisdiction over the entire country. They can go anywhere, any place, anytime.
Almost. There's one place they can't go without permission. The White House, because Secret Service controls that shit.
Okay, that's the only exception to the rule here. But federal agents can do whatever the hell they want. Mostly,
everything else.
Like, good luck fighting against the federal government. California, Chicago, all you motherfuckers are dumb as hell, bro. They're coming for you. That just makes you look more suspicious. They might be petty and just be like, okay, well, we're definitely coming into Chicago now.
I used to work for a sanctuary company that they never advertised, but if you knew the people who worked there, and if you knew kind of the what's going on, you knew it was sanctuary company, and that they had thousands of illegals there. To this day, there's probably still thousands there. I had personally had to do like IT repair calls, and I would do like I can't remember the program that we used, but it was like a team viewer kind of thing where I had to remote into someone's computer, and I would see documentation. This is back in like 2017, 2018, talking with representatives in Ukraine about smuggling over like 20 to 50 refugees into basically Washington state, and working with the local people to get them, the proper documentation. Like, this is a fucking Tuesday for these people. I saw this shit, and I had to basically just like, I'm not here for that. I'm here to fix why your fucking printer's not working. But yeah, I've seen some crazy shit.
Yeah, you fucking fed.
Unfortunately.
I can't believe that the G-Commie channel here on YouTube and Twitch supports a fucking fed. I know, fucking cancel me. For all we know, Karis might be an ICE agent in disguise. I have my green card, sir. You can't deport me. Where are you going to deport me back to? Ireland? Scotland?
I actually don't think I physically qualify. ICE agents, like, they gotta be fucking, like, I think Cody, honestly, would be more qualified as an ICE agent than
Donut operator.
Sure.
You know for a fact that Donut operator would probably enjoy that shit. I know his political standings and stuff, which no hate. He's a fucking hilarious guy, very cool dude. But you know, I could see him fucking putting on the mask and shit and just taking down them illegals. Yeehaw, feller.
Did you ever see that photo? It was a few years ago. I think it was either like American PD or maybe Britain PD, and there's a bunch of them like standing.
Do you have a license for that?
Maybe it was, but it was like a bunch of regular, moderately stocky guys holding batons. But then there's like this 6'5" motherfucker, jacked more than Dave Bautista, and his baton is like fucking bending in the photo. Like he's just so roided out the ass that he's bending his baton, and all the comments are like, this guy doesn't want to like arrest. He wants to fucking murder everybody.
Yeah, I don't want to be arrested by him. He might fucking try to put my hands behind my back and fucking dislocate my shoulder in the process. Like it's over.
He's gonna put me through a chair.
It's like we have an army. We have the Hulk. This guy right here. We have a Hulk. He's right here.
I thought the beast had wandered off. No, there's no crown.
God damn. You always gotta have that one jack motherfucker just in case some crackhead decides to try shit. You know, you gotta have your man to put them in their place. You know what I mean? Gotta always have that one guy. Just as a contingency plan, you know?
We have 20 years of both World of Warcraft and 40, 50 years of D&D to show you need a tank. You need somebody to tank and draw aggro. These are the rules of engagement. That's how it works.
I like how you tie that back to fucking nerdy ass shit like World of Warcraft. Yes. Good job. You fucking nerd. Everybody point and laugh. Nerd. What next? You gonna open up an Excel spreadsheet and use the formula box?
Don't make me.
I'll fire you if you pull up Excel spreadsheet. I don't want no part of that Excel spreadsheet bullshit. You fucking nerd, get out of here. We are only Sigma males here on this show.
Gross. Sigma males.
Yes.
A Sigma male does not allow such and other fucking videos. Pissed me off. Just like the AI automated Sigma males do not respond to females at all. They do not acknowledge them.
Neither does Billy Hatcher. Anyways, it's better than some 14-year-old going on and on about Battlefield. Don't worry, I got you, Scaly, later. Don't worry.
I'm 15.
Minors.
Minor. It's only a minor infraction.
Yeah, only a minor infraction. Maybe if I would have ID'd you, then maybe this could have all been solved.
Maybe. Yep.
Damn. Well, in the Texas law, I'm going to have to start IDing you. I'm going to have to ID everybody in my chat. You know, for the safety of the children. Everybody in chat, I'm going to need your ID. I'm going to need the last 4 digits of your credit card and the funny numbers on the back.
I'm just going to get a piece of paper that just has I and D on it. There's my ID.
Well, I guess I wasn't specific, so in that case, that was my fucking fault.
Yep.
And another commie rant, because you know this is basically what TISM Thursday is at this point, is commie rants. So I frequent a channel called Steve Leto, great lawyer channel. He mostly covers like car related stuff. Also, he loves covering any stories about like Hertz and things of that nature, which fuck that company. I think they're still trying to contact me about apparent damage I did to one of their rental vehicles. I'm just not going to respond. They can fucking suck my ass. I'll just never rent from them again. Eat my fucking ass. Anyway, I didn't damage that vehicle. I think it's bullshit. But regardless, that's a rant for a different day. So I watch his videos. He'll cover, lawsuits and things that happen and things of that nature. So I was watching one today, and there was a story about, and of course, I think it was actually Hertz, or it was some rental car company. This couple rented a minivan from some rental car company, and some breakdown in some processes went afoul. And apparently at some point before this couple rented this particular car, it had been reported stolen. Maybe maybe it was actually stolen in the past. That's neither here nor there. But when it was not, unstolen, because obviously they rented it out again, so it can't be stolen, right? Obviously. That wouldn't make any sense. They never unreported it stolen. God. So the couple were driving, and they get pulled over by police at gunpoint because they think the vehicle is stolen. It also doesn't help that the couple, for some reason, didn't have the rental agreement in the car. I don't know why you wouldn't carry that with you. When I rented one car, I had the papers in the glove box, but whatever. Maybe they learned their lesson for next time. But anyways, they're pulled out at gunpoint, and the police obviously take them in to figure out what the fuck's going on here to see if, they stole the vehicle. Obviously, everything was cleared up. They didn't steal the vehicle. That they were released, and at first the company's like, okay, well this is an isolated case. We're obviously going to refund them for the rental. Our apologies, blah blah. Then the couple, they want to take it further. They take it to court, and I think they win like $350,000 or something like that in court. I don't know. I'm sorry, that's kind of frivolous. What, $350,000 for what? For like. That's not part of my rant, but like, I don't understand these lawsuits. Like, what are you getting $350,000 for? Yes, it's an inconvenience. It's a bad experience, but what a waste of fucking. Well, okay, whatever. That's a different rant for a different day. It's just, I call those frivolous lawsuits. Anyways, the thing that for some reason irked me for some goddamn reason was that in their like victim statements, and this is where it ties into my overall discussion. In their victim statements, they go through this whole thing. It was like, we were deeply unsettled. My whole rant here is that in all these victim statements that you hear in like these lawsuits, the victims, air quotes, always have like these over dramatized statements where they're like, this and this experience traumatized me. I'm still reeling with it until this day. I have sleepless nights because of this thing that happened. And for some reason, I was just sitting there in my car, and I was just like, you motherfuckers are so goddamn dramatic. Like, Jesus, mother of God. I get it that it would be a little bit traumatic to have police pull guns on you, but are you really traumatized? You're acting like you have PTSD. You act like you just got pulled out of the trenches of Vietnam or something. Like you had gunfire over your fucking head, having fucking the Viet Cong trying to fucking push you into punji pits and shit. Like you got inconvenience. You got guns pulled on you by the police. Calm down. It's not that big a deal. Life goes on. You can't tell me that you're actually like kept awake at night because of this one experience. Like, I feel like they're just being over dramatic so that they can present this to the jury and get like sympathy. Because obviously the jury's going to hear this and be like, oh, these poor people. Let's give them a lot of money. They were traumatized. They're in therapy because of it. I don't know. To me, I feel like they're just being a little bit fucking over dramatic. But I'm just an asshole, so maybe I don't understand. But that's like if, like, I got pulled over by the police, right? In Mobile, Alabama. Yes, I didn't have the guns pulled on me or something. But that's like if I said, I was pulled over by the police. I can't fucking sleep. I can just keep thinking back to that time when I got pulled over by the police and they searched me and my brother's vehicle. And, oh man, I'm traumatized, guys. They looked into my stuff. They asked me evasive questions. I fear for my life. feel like they're gonna shoot me. You know what I mean?
Well, these days, I think a lot of people know that these large companies. I think it might have been Avis. I was looking it up. Avis is apparently the newest company that's pulling this kind of false reporting bullshit. People seem to know that these companies have like a $5 to $10 million slush fund of lawsuit contingencies where they just put this money in there so that if they're sued, the money comes out of there. It doesn't come out of the profits or anything else. It just comes out of this fund. I think people have figured this out. And so they get very hyperbolic. They get exaggerated. They may stretch things a little bit. And yeah, they start throwing lawsuits around. And
I mean, I know what they're doing in these lawsuits. You can't pull the wool over my head. Now, would I do the same thing? Probably. I'm probably no better. I'd probably do the same exact thing. But I'm just saying, since I've never done a lawsuit, because I've never been in a situation where I felt like that was even necessary. That's a lot of fucking energy and potential money to spend to hopefully get a payout. But regardless, I don't know. For some reason, it just bothered me because I hear all these different cases where a lawsuit is brought against a company because of an inconvenience that happened. And maybe it was a very big inconvenience. I'm not saying that being pulled over by the police at gunpoint, being suspected of a federal offense, is not going to, be one of the biggest. I mean, an understatement would be to say that it was an inconvenience. Because, I mean, I could say that would probably fucking suck. I wouldn't want to be in that situation. But I know what they're doing when they make these statements for the lawsuits where they're saying, I am deeply traumatized and blah, blah, blah. I'm like,
oh, yeah.
You're probably not. I doubt that you are.
Their trauma will go away the moment they see that check.
Yeah, as soon as that direct deposit hits or whatever, that all that trauma is out the fucking window. They're like, oh man, I'm so traumatized, honey. The money deposited. All right, kids, let's go. We're going to Hawaii. We're going to Disneyland. It's like, okay, I don't know. For some reason, I'm just bothered when people overly exaggerate trauma in like lawsuits and stuff. They do. And I've only been on one jury. And I was probably not liked as a jury because one of the things I remember bringing up in the discussions with the other jurors is that I was fucking fatigued by the people that were filing the lawsuit. I wanted to reward the guy no money. Personally, in my opinion, I didn't want to reward the guy any money. Right? I think I talked about this in the streams after that jury stuff. But I didn't think the guy deserved any money. And I still don't think he deserves any money because it sounds like maybe the boss was a fucking asshole and he did some shady things. But to me, it didn't sound like the guy was entitled to anything because he sounds like he was trying to stretch the wording of his contract in a very weird way. But regardless, he was awarded money because most of them, whatever. But I remember one of the statements when the husband and the wife were given this like this what's the word? There's this boo-hoo. Our family had to downgrade to a small apartment because of what the company, the financial situation that we were in, and blah blah blah. And in my head, since I'm so fucking autistic and I can see right through the bullshit, I'm just like, wait a minute, but your husband made millions of dollars in the time that he was employed by this guy. Where did all that fucking money go? What do you mean you guys were in a financial situation because of being let go? What do you mean? Like I know I'm being an asshole, but when I'm listening to these over dramatic like fucking sob stories or whatever, I'm just sitting there like, but what about this? You're not gonna that sob story shit is not gonna fucking work on me. I see right fucking through it. It just doesn't work. My brain is too fucking logical. I can see right through the bullshit. Obviously, it probably worked on most of the other jurors. I still, to this day, it didn't work on me. I still think that guy in that particular lawsuit I was a jury for. Where the fuck did all that money that he made with it? Because of the lawsuit, he had to show the statements of how much money he made with this company, and he made a lot of money. I'm telling you, a lot of money. So how the hell were their family in a bad financial decision or position because of losing their job with this company.
Either he was gambling it away, or maybe one of them had a side piece.
No, they're probably fucking living too fucking luxurious, like most people do when they get like a big high paying job. They probably bought way too much house than they needed. They probably bought cars. They probably bought God knows what else. Because how are you gonna go? I think this guy was making millions of dollars in the time that he was with the company. How are you gonna be making millions of dollars, and then you lose your job, and all of a sudden you guys are having to downgrade to an apartment or something? It's like I'm pretty sure they even said they had to downgrade to like a 1-bedroom apartment. Like they were really hamming it up. And I'm such an asshole that I'm just sitting here like, I think I brought it up in the discussions with the other jurors. They probably just fucking waved it off. And I literally remember being like, where did all of his money go? What do you mean? Like how is it that they have like no money? How are they in a financial crisis? We saw the statements. He had to show it to us on the fucking evidence screen. It was one of the exhibits.
Wow.
We could see how much money this motherfucker made.
And it's all gone.
And it's all gone? How? How in the fuck? I don't feel bad for this family. Like, it sucks that his boss was a little bit shady behind the scenes, and maybe he screwed him over here and there, but it doesn't seem like he really did. Well, at least screw him over specifically. That guy, the CEO that was being sued, he is a fucking rabbit hole on his own. He actually, I think, had to admit on the stand that he had fell into trouble with the IRS for like tax related reasons. I remember the lawyer really fucking hammering that shit, which was a fun moment, because most of the lawsuit was pretty fucking boring, except for the few times that, and here's the funny thing, the lawyer, this is like a side tangent, the lawyer that was representing the plaintiff, I remember he was brought up in a video I was watching probably like a month ago, because I guess this lawyer is pretty infamous. I don't remember exactly what case, but I remember being like, wait a minute, I remember that guy, Bigsby. His name's like Bigsby or something like that, or Budsby or something like that. He's like an infamous lawyer of Southeast Texas area or whatever.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he even kind of looked like a discount Better Call Saul. Kinda. I don't know. That was just a random fucking rant from me. It has no point. There's no real conclusion to be made from this whole rant. I just hate people over dramatizing their victim statements in a court, because it's always the same shit. It's always, I'm deeply traumatized by this experience. My family is kept awake at night. I'm like, no, I doubt it.
Oh, that's the that's the game, and lawyers know that's how you play. Watch like Mike Raff, he talks about that a lot. It's all about playing on the emotions. That probably was framed both with the opening and the closing statements as this David versus Goliath, like the big bad CEO taking advantage of the trusting loyal employee. Like that's a common thing that's done in court cases, because it fucking works, because the jury can put themselves in that position, and those emotional strings can be pulled all fucking day.
You know what's bad is that should have worked on me, because I am biased against corporations. I even tried to get out of the lawsuit by saying that I was biased against corporations. I still got selected. God damn it, I literally said out loud whenever I was asked by the corporate lawyer, the guy representing the actual corporation. And I even said, like, I'm biased against corporations. I even work with a person who talks shit about corporations. Why?
There's a reason you were chosen. Because
I should have just said nothing.
No. There's a handful of things that you can say. I don't know them off the top of my head, but I know one of the reasons. I think Mike Raff even talked about this. If they find a juror that they know is going to vote against them or have a biasness against them, that gives them ammunition to possibly call a mistrial or have the ruling, if the ruling's determined against them, because ruling in courts is never 100%. It's usually a percentage of damage.
Well, why did somebody tell me this before? I should have just kept my fucking mouth shut. I thought if I showed clear bias, I would get thrown out.
Not always. No, there's always a like contingency of they don't want the entire jury against them, but it helps sometimes if there's someone who's just so vehemently against like the defendant. I'm guessing being the CEO, they get you on the jury, and then say if you convinced everyone and it was just like a landslide against the CEO, the defense attorney could then say that there was an unfair trial and have the ruling overturned, and everything just
Well, you know the law.
completely, like,
The lawsuit sucked when I was actually not instantly siding with the plaintiff, which I should have been. I should have been like, oh yeah, fuck the CEO. Like, you know, but the lawsuit fucking sucked. I don't think that he should have gotten shit. I think he was stretching the verbiage of his contract. Like, basically the summary of it is he was trying to stretch the wording of his contract, his employment contract, to mean that he would get paid in perpetuity for his book of business, as they called it. And I still think to this day that's fucking insane to even think that any contract would say that you would ever get paid in perpetuity for your book of business. That is insane to me. It's fucking insane to me that anybody even like sided with this guy, because no contract would ever pay you for the lifetime because you brought in a book of business. Like, nobody, when they leave an account, is or leave a job, is going to get paid for their entire book of business until the day they fucking die. And I don't think the contract said that, and they tried to stretch it to mean that he was supposed to be paid in perpetuity for his book of business that he brought into the company while he was a sales rep, or whatever he was called. He's basically a sales rep. That's what he was working with a company that basically, how do I even describe this company? It's a company that I guess goes and tries to pull a bunch of smaller businesses in to then get those to get that pool of businesses signed on with like a health insurance provider or something, because these businesses would not be able to do it by themselves because they're too small. So they pull smaller businesses together, and then sell that to get the benefits or whatever for the business. And then in return, they get a percentage of that business's payroll. Yeah, I can't hear you. How'd you break your audio? Wait, say something? Oh, wait, let me see if it's my end. Wait, let me try to play this video. Nope, it's you. It's you. God damn it, Karis! You're fired! I knew I had to fire him eventually. I can't hear him now. What the hell? De-professional stream here. Now we gotta wait while he figures out what the hell he did. We can just blame Detroit. We'll find a way to blame Detroit. F in chat for Karis and his microphone or whatever. He somehow broke it. Everything was going well on a technical level until then. My rant was just too much for his microphone. Guess he's gonna try to join back into the Discord call. One memento, folks, while Karis figures out his technical issues. So, what about that weather, boys? What about that airline food? I don't know. I'm not good at making small talk while people figure out their issues with their stuff, software, hardware, what have you. I like how I can still see him at the bottom of the screen, even though he's not in the Discord call, just because he's connected to the Video Ninja. So I can just see him thinking, even though he's not here. Oh, there he goes. Oh no. Karis, come back. You must finish my rant. You probably had something insightful to say about whatever the fuck it was I was ranting about. Damn. It has to happen at least once during a TISM Thursday that something on a technical level gets broken. Let's see, he messaged me. Restarting. All right, he's restarting whatever that means. Well, anyways, while we wait for Karis to get back in here and I guess comment on whatever the fuck I was just talking about, what do you guys think? What do you guys think about my random rant? Okay? Thoughts, opinions, thoughts and prayers, you know, any of that kind of stuff. It goes a bit beyond guns being pulled. You're yanked down to the ground, handcuffed because they assume there's... Well, I'm not saying, Scaly, that there's not some level of trauma, you know, trauma related to the situation, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it would be that traumatizing to the extent that they make it seem like. At least not enough to be awarded $350,000, like the case that I'm specifically talking about from Steve Leto. Like $350,000? Where do you even get that number from? Pain and suffering? Like how? Yes, you were inconvenienced because the company fucked up and didn't unreport the vehicle that you got rented stolen, whenever it was stolen at whatever point. But like, what's the $350,000 for? You were already refunded for the vehicle itself. You were let go without any problems. What's the $350,000 for? Like, how you even reach that number? What kind of pain and suffering is worth over $250,000? I just feel like lawsuits in America are always pretty weird when it comes to that. Where one small inconvenience somehow turns into fucking big money. How? I mean, this is why people call America the most litigious country in the world. Because we love filing lawsuits for the smallest indiscretion. Or discretion, I mean. Like, one mistake is made and it's like, oh, I'm going to sue you for $1 million. I'm going to fucking wring you dry. I'm like, okay, this is the reason why we have issues with things like insurance. Like, y'all do know that, right? A lot of the reasons why insurance has gotten so goddamn expensive, part of it is because of frivolous lawsuits and things like that. Whenever you do frivolous lawsuits, it has a trickle-down effect to the rest of people. It is, a lot of people don't realize that. But when companies take a big hit because of, you know, frivolous or overstated lawsuits, we all end up paying the price at the end of the day. Like, one person comes off with a big payday, but then we all get fucked as a result of it. That's why insurance is high. That's why a lot of things cost the way they do, because companies are having to offset these fucking lawsuits that get brought their way. And a lot of companies deserve to get sued for certain things. But a lot of times the rewards and the money that they're going after is like, how do you even reach that number? $350,000 because you got falsely pulled over because your vehicle was at some point reported stolen? I don't know. Just weird to me, man. How you even come to that kind of number? I think at least in the lawsuit that I was serving as jury for, I think the way that he came upon the number was calculating the missed wages based on his book of business and for the time that he was not getting paid on that book of business or something like that. And that's how he came to the number that he was seeking in the lawsuit. I don't remember how much we ended up awarding him. I think it was over $1 million. I still hold to this day, I don't think he should have gotten a goddamn dime, because I don't think that contract at all stated that he was going to get paid in perpetuity for his book of business. That's fucking weird. What company would pay any former employee in perpetuity? And I think the lawyer for the CEO even said that. Like, how insane would that be for any company to say, "Oh yeah, because you worked for us, we're gonna pay you in perpetuity for forever." Like, what company does that? I can't think of any company that would ever do such a thing. When you stop working for a company, you don't get paid anymore. Unless you have some special, very specialized setup or agreement or whatever. But 99.9% of businesses aren't going to pay a former employee in perpetuity for whatever it is, book of business or whatever. That's insane to me. If I quit my job tomorrow, I don't get paid shit. It doesn't matter how much money I made the company. I don't get paid shit. I'm not an employee anymore. It's over. No more paychecks. That's how 99% of fucking jobs work. Even sales jobs, because he did have a sales job. And he made a whole lot of fucking money off of it too. God damn, he made a lot of money. Although, we also saw what his legal bills were. Lawyer bills, whatever. Lawyers are fucking expensive, man. I wish I would have had enough autism to become a damn lawyer. Because I remember seeing like the balance sheet for how much these lawyers were getting paid per hour. And my fucking God, man. They were getting paid a lot.
It's working now.
Yes, I can hear you.
Fucking goddamn internet cut out.
Sounds about right. Anyways, what were you going to say before technical issues?
I don't fucking remember now. What were we talking about?
Oh, I was ranting about the, well, I'm trying to think what I was saying specifically when you tried to comment. Cause I was ranting about like the, when I was on that jury, and I was saying like this guy should have gotten nothing because he stopped working for the company. So why is he going to get paid in perpetuity for a job that he no longer has, book of business, blah, blah. And I was also saying about how I don't even like corporations. I'm very much against most corporations. I got a very strong bias. And even I was not really on the side of the worker in this case, which says a lot to me personally.
I'm trying to think, what would I have said? I don't know, but yeah, it's pretty bullshit that with the business that speaks volumes. Definitely.
Yeah, I was surprised myself, but obviously I'm just one juror, and I think every other juror was on his side. So I was like, whatever. I'm not gonna fucking sit here and carry on. None of us want to be here anyways, so whatever. Give him over $1 million that we ended up fucking awarding him, and just let me get the fuck out of here. They might appeal it in a higher court anyways, and God knows what else is gonna happen. The CEO doesn't even seem to have a lot of money left anymore, so good luck collecting on a fucking $1 million. Good luck with that one, but whatever. I just wanted to get the fuck out of there.
I don't blame you. I've only got the notification for jury duty I think twice in my life, and thankfully I was not selected each time. But it's one of those things like, yeah, I know I'll get paid, but it's like I've heard stories and just the way that they ask you questions, like I've got better shit. I've got better things to do with my fucking
Luckily,
time.
luckily the pay was not terrible, and I got paid for the full day of work from my job. That's not how everybody's job works. Some people don't get paid from their job when they're on jury duty because they're not legally required to do so. I think they should be, because if jury duty is apparently non-negotiable, that you have to show up when you're summoned and you have to serve if you're selected, you would think that businesses would be required by law. If I'm required by law to show up, then why are they not required by law to pay me for my time? Because but I don't know. I guess luckily my county in specific pays decent rate on jury duty. And plus I was paid on from my actual job on top of it. So kind of double stacked. So I came out on top. Some of the most boring experience I've ever had in my fucking life, though. I was falling asleep and shit. Like, goddamn. The only good thing is I got free food and stuff.
Hey,
There was that.
I guess, yeah, there's a plus somewhere.
But I had to sit in Houston traffic, so that fucking sucked. Every single fucking day. God damn, you can't get into downtown without running into traffic. Motherfuckers, bro. Swear
How
to
long was the case for?
it was over a week.
Just over a week? That's not bad. If it was like, I always think back to like the fucking OJ Simpson case that went for months.
God, I
Months.
would shoot myself if I got put on like on a case that would take like weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks up to a month. I would have been like, please kill me. Please, OJ, come over here and fucking put the gloves on and choke me out. Please. Dude, you take me out of my misery. Like, I am so glad I didn't have to look at like fucking photos of like decapitated bodies or God knows what else. Luckily, mine was just some boring ass fucking corporate jargon bullshit, which was boring. I was almost falling asleep because of it, but at least I didn't have to look at like dead bodies and hear about, I don't know, people being raped or something. So you take the good with the bad. I lucked out at least in that instance. Anyways, whatever. I'm done with that rant. That was a whole fucking rant about that shit. So I'm gonna get off my goddamn soapbox of complaining about the world, at least for like 2 seconds until I do it again. Because you know what channel you're on. It's an epidemic with my channel. Anyways,
for the wind.
Yes, TISM for the win. But on to some more interesting news that's not about the dystopian world that we live in. This just happened recently. MoistCritikal turns off all monetization so viewers can't waste their money. So apparently, MoistCritikal, we know. Hey guys, it's Critical here today. I'm gonna lick this cock. Let's do this shit. You know, like I mean, like more, you know, the guy behind the woo, yeah, baby. You know, that's where I got the thumbnail from.
Woo!
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what we're waiting for. You know, fucking, you know, just a small YouTuber, an up and coming YouTuber, if you will. He turned off monetization on his channel, and I think specifically he turned off any kind of like fan funding. I think he still got ads on, and there's still obviously like the sponsorship stuff, but he's turned off, you know, stuff like super chats and donations and ways that the fans themselves can give money to him. Because he feels like he's made enough money. He doesn't need viewers' money. Which is, and also at the same time, he also showed his dashboard directly to show how much he's made. And over the course of his entire career on YouTube, he's made from YouTube $35 million.
It's fucking nuts.
$35 million over the course that he's been making YouTube videos. Now, one thing that does need to be noted, at least in the beginning of his career, he used to take most of his money and donate it to charity that he made from YouTube. I don't think he ended up doing that later on. I don't remember if it was him that said he stopped doing it because he realized that these charities weren't using his money properly or something like that. I think he eventually stopped doing that. But at first, he was giving a lot of his money to charity, but maybe not later on. But regardless, $35 million. Like, holy hell, bro. That's a lot of goddamn money.
That's about Markiplier money. I think
Markiplier probably makes more. He's bigger than.
Last that I heard,
I'm pretty sure
he was around like 38 million.
He's way bigger than MoistCritikal channel. I think Markiplier. You could probably look this up. I don't remember what his sub count is at now. He's got to be over 100 million, right? Wait.
But he spent a bunch of his money over the years building things like the in space, like the
okay, he has 37.8 million. Let's see what Penguin Zero. See what does he have? He has 17.3. So Markiplier has about double the subscriber rate or subscriber number than Critical. I don't know. I don't think Markiplier's ever shown his dashboard, so who knows how much Markiplier's made from YouTube, but probably a lot, but damn, bro. I knew
I think it was
I knew that he had a lot. I knew that Critical had a lot of money. I mean, you'd be stupid to think this man wasn't rich. He's a massive channel. Of course he's fucking rich, man. Of course he made a whole lot of goddamn money. I don't think that's shocking. I think some people were just like, oh my God, I didn't know a YouTuber can make so much. Yes, a YouTuber at that size does make a lot of money. Now what will he make without donations? I don't think it really matters to him really, because he's made his money. He's basically in the mindset now that he's like, I'm already rich. What's the point of milking my fans for money?
He has the fuck you money to say no to more money.
Well, he's not. Apparently, he's not gonna. I don't think he's gonna say no to all money, but he just doesn't want money from his fans because he's like, I'm a millionaire. Why the fuck would I ask my fans to give me $5, $10 that can, for their financial situation, is probably a lot more significant. Where to me, $10 ain't shit. Let's be honest. He's so fucking rich that $10 ain't shit to him. It might as well be. It's like dropping a penny on the fucking sidewalk. Nobody's gonna pick it up. If you drop $10 on the sidewalk, why would Critical even want to pick it up? He's a millionaire. He don't need that $10.
I have to actually give him a lot of credit. I haven't always been like for a good while, like I think a year at least, I would hear MoistCritikal said this, Asmongold said that, and it would just get under my skin because like, does no one have any of their own fucking opinions that they have to like base their life off of what these two fuckers have to say? But if I were to compare Moist to say Mr. Beast, who is worth at least 500 million, probably leaning closer towards $1 billion, and yet he will still do a fundraiser and raise $12 million for charity, supposedly.
Well, I mean, Mr. Beast does like do big projects like building wells in Africa. I don't think you can really compare them because Mr. Beast is about like doing big grand projects, not necessarily raising money for a charity. He's about going out there and doing the big things. Now he does it for content. I still say to this day, regardless of all the things that came out about Mr. Beast, he still did good things. You can't say, oh, but he built those wells so he can make content. Okay, but he still.
Oh, I don't even think about that. No,
he still built them. I mean,
he is a businessman, though, and that's how he thinks. And I think that's the key difference between them.
If you can kill two birds with one stone, go right ahead. But regardless, I know one of the things that comes out about Critical is that he's a fence sitter, and you know what? Yeah, I will say he's definitely one of those people that tries not to ruffle any feathers. But I mean, why I wouldn't want to either if I was in his position. He sees how toxic he covers YouTube drama, or he used to, not as much anymore. But he used to cover this YouTube drama. He's a commentary channel. He was one of the biggest in the commentary channel, or commentary community. He sees all this fucking drama. I don't think he wants to be in drama 24/7. So so he might pull some punches. He might pull a little bit of a I wouldn't say he's not nearly as bad as Ludwig when it comes to that bullshit. He's not constantly flip-flopping. He's just not maybe going as full on his opinion on certain things as he probably could, because he's just like, what's even the point of starting the drama? I don't fault him for that, because at the end of the day, Critical seems like a nice guy, just a genuine guy. He's a millionaire, but he doesn't give off that impression. Like, he comes on stream with a fucking white shirt on and some fucking shorts. Like, he's like the most like relatable millionaire. Same thing with Asmongold, although Asmongold's a lot more outspoken and whatnot. But Asmongold is also, he's a millionaire, but you wouldn't think he is. He fucking has roaches in his room. He fucking doesn't clean up. He's the Roach King for a goddamn reason. He looks like a decrepit fucking World of Warcraft player.
Are terrible.
No, he's got new teeth now. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's had new teeth for a while.
Boogie2988, he's spraying like $40,000 to replace all of his teeth.
I think Asmongold did the same thing, because I think he had like because you remember the infamous story where he's talking about like he wiped like blood from his gums onto his wall because he had like really fucked up like gum disease. I have gum disease, but I don't think I've ever had like blood just coming off my gums. I've had blood come off my gums when I if I floss the wrong way or if I brush my teeth. Sometimes they bleed. But I'm not gonna wake up in the middle of the night, wipe my fucking mouth, and blood be on my hand, and then wipe it on the wall. That's never happened. So I don't know how fucking bad his teeth were. Like I think they're rotting, which is pretty fucking bad. He probably didn't brush his teeth. Brush your teeth, boys, at least once a day, but twice a day, and floss.
I know people who don't brush their fucking teeth, and I just think, what's wrong with you?
Ew, bro. I know what my breath smells like when I wake up in the morning because I'm one of those people that gets morning breath. I guess apparently not everybody gets it that bad, but I get really bad morning breath. So yeah, I'd definitely be brushing my teeth when I wake up in the morning. I should be doing it twice. That's probably why I have gum disease. I also don't floss because flossing is a pain in my ass. But that's why I have gum disease though.
What's annoying is when the morning breath is bad enough you can taste it. You can't smell it. You can just taste like the bacteria on your tongue. You're just like, give me a fucking toothbrush.
Yeah, that I brush my tongue pretty hard with my toothbrush and try to. I've even thought about buying the scrapers to get all
I have one.
The gross shit off my tongue because I'll see what's all over my tongue. I'm like, why is this white shit all over my goddamn tongue, bro?
Stop swallowing. But
I knew you were gonna say that.
I actually there's this thing that people used to be ashamed of the tongue scraper. I have a tongue scraper. It's fucking great.
What's there to be ashamed of? Your tongue gets disgusting. It collects bacteria.
I recommend it. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I need to get one of those. Anyways, but yeah, MoistCritikal. He's not gonna be well, I mean, we already knew that, but he's not gonna be taking money from his fans anymore. Some people are twisting this like they always do. They're saying like, oh, he's only now doing this after he's made so many millions off of his fans. I'm like, bro, why do y'all take everything and twist it to make it negative? I hate the internet. This is why I stopped covering drama in the first place, because if I was still a drama cover, man, I'd be fucking eating for days. But god damn, y'all take any good thing, y'all twist it and make it bad. I hate Twitter and comment sections because they always find even the most nicest stories to twist them into the most like egregious shit. They always find a way to twist it into this person's bad because of this one little point that I'm making. I'm like, okay.
What's interesting, he shows how much he's made off YouTube. We don't know what kind of financial learning that he's done. He could have met with a lawyer. He could have met with an investor. He could have split that into 15 million and put it into various stocks. He could have bought Bitcoin with it. Who the fuck knows what he's done with it? But people are assuming that he has $35 million just sitting in a bank somewhere that could have trickled off and just he could have used some of it. That's the simpleton like what you pointed out. That's a very interesting thing. The simpleton stupid is going to look at that and say, he now turned it off at the 35. No, he's got a steady income revenue where he doesn't need the ads anymore.
He started his channel in 2007. I don't know. I know he wasn't posting as much back in the days, and at first he was posting like freaking Gears of War shit and whatnot. But I mean, 35 million over the course of a little bit under 20 years. I mean, that's still $1 million a year. That's not even taking into account that he definitely wasn't making that at first. So he's definitely got a little bit of cheddar sitting around, but he doesn't have 35 million unless he's been investing or whatever. But in theory, he does not have 35 million currently sitting in his bank account. That is just what he made over the entire course of his YouTube channel since it's opened and became monetized. So we don't really know how much money he's currently got sitting in a bank. Obviously, he's got a lot. I mean, you know.
More than me.
Yeah, he's definitely got a lot. He's got more. He's made more on his 20 years of YouTube than most people will like 20 people will make in their entire lifespan on average, because the average person makes like I think less than $2 million in the course of their entire life. So
Yeah.
he's made lifetime amounts of money tenfold over, like, on average. So I mean, good for him. This is mostly a pretty good thing, because it makes sense. Like I said, when you get to this point, do you really need to take $10 from a super chat? Like, what's even the point? You're just giving money to YouTube that they don't even, that barely even affects your life at all. Like, who cares about that $10? He's got so much money that he figures in his head at this point, he's like, keep your money. I'm good. Keep your money.
Yeah.
Just watch my content. It's maybe support the causes that I promote. Or he's probably also thinking, go give that money to a small streamer, a small content creator that much more likely needs your money. Like, instead of giving $10 to some guy who has millions of dollars in the bank, why don't you go give that $10 to the small streamer who's working a 9-to-5 job, you know, barely scraping by? Go give them that $10. Go give them that paid subscription, or subscribe to their Patreon, or whatever the fuck, you know. Support smaller creators. He's good. He's made his money. He's eating good. He doesn't need it. So,
Oh, you see that fridge in the background? He's also drinking good.
what is that? Is it? I think it's Gamer Subs, right?
I think so. It's a nice fridge.
Yeah, code Moist, by the way, boys. Code Moist. But yeah, that was mostly a good story. Of course, some people tried to spin it in a bad way, but that's to be expected. So who cares? We don't even need to jump into it, because I don't do drama anymore. So we're not going to jump into the negativity. But good on Critical. He might be a little bit of a fence sitter, but at the end of the day, seems like a decent human being. You would not even know that he's a millionaire. He just seems like a genuine guy who found weird success on YouTube, and mostly from everything I've heard, he's always been like the least like controversial. Whenever he's controversial, it's because other people are making him controversial, but because he himself is not controversial. He's just a goofy guy that talks monotone and entertains.
Won.
Yeah,
He won at life.
yeah, he won at life, and good on him. That's the good thing about content creation, is that you can be just some random monotone guy like him, and you can make it an entire fucking empire and become a millionaire. It's very unlikely for the average person, but hey, it's never a 0% chance. You know what I mean? Maybe one day old Kami will finally find that algorithm. Probably not, but we'll, you know, a boy can dream. A boy can dream. Anyways, moving on to another thing, I just want to state that Arc Raiders is getting closer to coming out, and this is
Yes.
one of the most anticipated games of the year. Now, I'm not an extraction shooter guy. I watched a lot of footage during its little playtest that they had months back, and I can definitely see that why people are excited. It might not be a game that's on my radar, because I just don't play extraction shooters, because it's a lot of time investment, and it's way better with friends than solo. But I can see why people are very excited, because this seems like a very quality addition to the extraction genre, and it's by Embark Studios, which, once again, the Finals ex Battlefield developers. They look, as long as they don't fuck it up, which doesn't seem like they're going to, they're gonna be eating good, because this is literally one of the most anticipated games of the year. It's up there in the Steam wish list and whatnot. Like, people are fucking chomping at the bits to get their hands on this game again. I think they're about to do a server slam test here soon before the actual release to kind of test their servers before it goes live, because they want to make sure that when it actually goes live, they don't have their fucking servers getting overloaded and, you know, ending up in that kind of problem, which has happened with a lot of even big name games like Battlefield or Call of Duty somehow still fuck this up from time to time. Not Battlefield 6, but, you know, previous Battlefield games have had those issues, and a lot of games have, even Call of Duty. So, well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. It might not be a game I play, at least not at launch, but I'll definitely look forward to watching the content, because at least the content is very fun to watch. Very high quality game. Looks like a lot of fun if you're into extraction shooters, especially a third person extraction shooter with a lot of detail and a lot of love put into it.
The aesthetic really is what pulls my attention. The extraction shooter, it's whatever. I want to know, like, what's the scenery look like? How's the optimization? Because I know you've talked a lot about the fact that they're working with an engine and they're trying to really
Yeah, they're using
beef it up.
Unreal Engine 5, and from the playtest, apparently it runs very fucking well, which I'm not surprised. I've said this before about this game. The developers worked with Frostbite, which is a notoriously difficult engine to deal with. So to them, Unreal Engine 5 is probably fucking child's play. They've seen they've worked with the Dark Souls boss of gaming engines. So they know a thing or two about working around the technical limitations and the optimizations with the game engine. So from what I heard, even for an Unreal Engine 5 game, it runs incredibly well and is incredibly optimized. And that was just during a playtest. It's not even the full release. So I don't think we're gonna have to worry about performance issues. And that is that shows how fucking talented these guys are, because it's Unreal Engine 5. 90% of Unreal Engine 5 games that come out are horribly unoptimized.
Apparently, yeah.
Every once in a blue moon, one comes out that actually runs right. And it's gotten to the point where people have to praise that when it does happen, which is so sad. When you see a review and somebody's like, and somebody has to be like, even though they're running on Unreal Engine 5, the game seems to run well. I'm like, what? We shouldn't even need to point that out. This is how bad this fucking engine is that we now have to give developers points for making a game run well? That should just be a given. Yep. It should just run well at launch. We shouldn't need to give props to developers for doing their fucking job. This engine sucks, and developers apparently suck. But it apparently, now I don't know what kind of work Embark Studios has put into making this game run as well as it does on the Unreal Engine 5. They probably put a lot of fucking time and effort into it. But if they can do it, and they're not a big studio, by the way, if they can do it, anybody can fucking do it. So no more goddamn excuses from any developer saying, oh, I don't know what to do. Like, stop fucking checking boxes in Unreal and actually do some goddamn dev work. Stop checking all the fucking Lumen boxes and whatever the hell else is in Unreal Engine 5 and actually do some code. Do some code. Fuck. For fuck's sakes, man.
There was a course. It was kind of an ad on Twitter. This one guy he had this like 6 to 8 week course or something like that, all on how to optimize the Unreal Engine in your game in the Unreal Engine 5. And I was looking at some of the details, and it's like, I'm not making anything in Unreal, but it was between $250 to $300 for the entire course. And I was like, I'm tempted to take this course just to find out where everyone's fucking up at. Just so I can look at it and see, okay, here's what they're not doing, evidently. I don't know if I missed the window, but I remember seeing that. I was like, that's kind of cool. And also kind of sucky that someone needs to make a course on how to make your game run well.
Oh, that brings up a slightly related but unrelated. I saw this randomly on Twitter. I don't have it, but I saw it pop up on Twitter. Somebody showed like a screenshot. I don't know how they got it, but they showed a screenshot apparently that the upcoming Pokemon game, the entire map is like essentially all one mesh or something like that. And people were like debating what the hell is going on with this. And of course, I don't know anything about game dev, so some people were chiming off in the comments saying like, actually, this is probably why they're doing it. It's probably actually a good optimization step because they have one big mesh and then they have a bunch of sub meshes that they can use for culling. And I don't know. I guess we'll have to see how fucking the new Pokemon game turns out. The last ones have not been running well on the Switch. So hopefully this one is actually optimized, because the last one didn't even look good and it ran like fucking dog shit. And I don't think that's Switch's fault. I think that's just the fact that the game was made like garbage. But I don't know. I saw that on Twitter. I was like, that's interesting. I don't know anything about optimization. And only thing I know a little bit about meshes is from like uploading VR chat avatars and looking at the mesh numbers and material numbers. But
So I did something as an experiment What the hell, Skytext? Whatever. I'm not taking your surgery enhancement. I was playing around with first gen Source Engine years ago, and I had this crazy idea. I wanted to make basically like the Chernobyl, the fourth reactor exclusion zone. You have, I think it's like a 2 kilometer by two, it's 2 square kilometer area to work with in your world editor. And I took one brush and I stretched it the length of the entire fucking area that which you have to work with. And then I had to do that because what I ended up realizing is that I didn't have enough room. I went to Google Maps and I took a series of pictures of just the whole overlooking area of where the power plant was and where the reactors were and everything. And I kind of wanted to build everything that I could. And when I put all the pieces together, and then I entered this as a texture, it was fucking huge, which is why I had to make the big ass texture or big ass brush because it took up so much goddamn space. It really made the engine chug when I compiled this thing, because not only are you having to compile all the models and everything and whatever brushes, it has to bounce light for fucking ever. If you're on one side of the map, unless you basically tell the light fall off to end at a certain area, there will be light bouncing on the other side of the fucking map that you're on. And that's active resources that have to be utilized. So I hope they've got a way of making this so that shit does not. That's the thing, is like, what do you show? What do you not show? It's all about like an editing game within a game when it comes to building this shit. Is what do you want to be visible that's using up the fucking resources, and what are you willing to just unrender because no one's looking in the fucking direction of where this Pokemon is. So the fact that they're doing that, that's interesting. I'm curious on that one.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see how that turns out. I don't know. It is what it is. I guess if it runs like shit, then I guess everybody on Twitter is saying this was a bad idea. We'll be right. I guess we'll have to wait and see. I don't play Pokemon games. I just sometimes see what people say about them. But regardless, on to our obligatory Battlefield 6 discussion, because it had to come eventually, because the game is finally out. Obviously, you saw I did a stream playing the campaign, and unfortunately, by the end, I did have to slightly agree with IGN's review of a 5 out of 10, because it was serviceable, it worked, but it was definitely nothing that anybody's gonna remember for years to come. It was very forgettable, which sucks.
Damn.
Because I wanted it to be good. Because I personally like a good single player campaign in the first person shooter. Back before we actually had like internet access, we bought the Call of Duty games and played the campaigns. We didn't really play the multiplayer. We were buying them for the campaign experience. You know, Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2, Modern Warfare 2, 3, like, we didn't get to play multiplayer all the time, so the campaign had to be good because that was most of what we were buying the game for and what we're mostly going to be able to play in the first place. And when I bought Battlefield 3, the first thing I did was play the campaign. Once again, I didn't have internet access, so there was only certain times I could even play the fucking multiplayer. I couldn't play the multiplayer all the time. I had to just fucking play the single player campaign. So I like a good single player campaign, but unfortunately Battlefield 6's was just It was just But when you look into the backstory, it kind of makes sense. Unfortunately, if the leaks are the hearsay is to be believed, by early this year, the studio that was working on it didn't even have like a good enough alpha to present to EA.
Fucking hell.
So basically, the studio was just far behind schedule that was working on the campaign. You know, DICE was doing well with their schedule and their multiplayer and stuff, but the I think it was Ridgeline Games, people are saying, that was working on the campaign at first, and they were just far off schedule. And so EA had to make the choice to essentially say, okay, all right, you guys are not going to be able to get this done in time. So they basically took whatever the studio created, they gave it to Criterion and said, okay, salvage what you can and put something together by release. So a lot of the campaign is basically little bits and pieces that were still salvageable from that original version, and then whatever they can fucking cobble together, which is why the story feels like it's like probably half the length it should be, because it was like 5 hours. Some people are saying that probably half the content was cut.
Damn.
So like half the story was gone, which is why there's so many points in the story where like, well, why is this even happening? Why should I care about this character? Well, that's probably because the content that would have dove into that character was cut.
Which that tells me that EA or DICE or whoever was quite literally only allowing the single player just to check a fucking box. Behind the scenes, they really didn't give.
Well, no, it seems like they actually cared about it because they've been working on it. It's just that the studio they gave it to, for whatever reason, wasn't able to deliver. It could have been because they didn't have enough experience. Maybe they were having problems with the Frostbite engine. There seems like there was some kind of incompetency or some problems there. And now it kind of blows my mind that EA would wait until the beginning of this year to finally pump the brakes and be like, okay, you guys are way off schedule. Criterion, come in here and salvage this while we still have time. Like, I feel like they should have given them like maybe a year to get something, some kind of proof of concept, and if they can't deliver, then they can be like, okay, you guys obviously are not going to be able to do what we're trying to do here. So like they waited way too long to pump the brakes. I don't know why, because obviously it reflected in the overall product. Like there were some good moments there where you could see like, okay, I could see what they were going for, right? The overall story had some intrigue to it, right? It had a little bit of intrigue to it with NATO basically collapsing, lots of countries leaving NATO, and some paramilitary company, big bad, forming that are trying to take over apparently, and now they're attacking the United States. And then there's little inklings you can see in there where it's like, is the CIA or people of the CIA and whatnot kind of working with PAX behind the scenes? Is there like corruption? Like there's some interesting bits and pieces there, but they weren't able to make it all fit together with what they had or what they were able to produce. So it feels jumbled and rushed and undeveloped.
It sounds very similar, but ended up not going the same way as the original development story for Half-Life, which that game was originally designed on the Doom 2 engine, according to, I think, like either Mark Laidlaw or one of the other people. And they realized that they didn't have the game they wanted. So they went to Sierra. They said, can we take another year to rebuild this fucking thing on the gold source? And apparently they sold Sierra and they rebuilt the game. And we got Half-Life on gold source. But they built everything. They test demoed everything on Doom 2. And then they're like, we don't like this. Let's change the engine. Emily, that shit don't fly anymore. Case in point, Battlefield 6. You have a reasonable proof of concept, and they're just like, okay, you're not doing something here. We'll just duct tape what we got and sell it. We got to make money.
Yeah, basically. They pulled Criterion in at the 11th hour to be like, can y'all please salvage this so we have something? Because we got to have something. They didn't want to completely scrap the campaign, because they knew that if they announced it without a campaign, it'd probably get flack, because 2042 also shipped without a campaign. Although to me, and this is just me, why couldn't they just have delayed the campaign? Like in today's age, is it really a bad thing if you just say, here, you can have the multiplayer, we'll come out with the single player when it's ready. We'll take a little bit more time. We'll release it as DLC as an add-on for the game, because they kind of did that with Battlefield 5, where they didn't have one of the war stories completed in time. The Last Tigers, they ended up having to release that war story later on, after like I think maybe a month or so after the release of Battlefield 5. So I don't know why they didn't just take a little bit more time and just release it later. Like, did they need to have it at launch? I know it's kind of sucks, but like, you already know people are coming for the multiplayer anyways. Nobody really cares about the campaign. It's more of just a extra piece of content. So
Probably optics.
would it really be a bad thing to just say it'll come later? Here, play the multiplayer. That's what y'all are here for anyways. That's what most people are going to jump into on day one. Just come out with it later. It's like how they don't have the Battle Royale out yet. They don't even have an official release date yet for the Battle Royale, because it's probably not ready yet. They're going to release it when it's ready. That, and obviously, I think it would have been a bad idea to release Battle Royale at the same time anyways, because that would cannibalize your multiplayer player base. So that would have been a bad idea. Most people said that too. But still, they could have just delayed the campaign. I don't think it would have been the biggest problem. Most people are not there for it anyways. So if you could have just taken a little bit more time, develop it a little bit more, put some more meat on the bones, and then say, okay, it's ready. Here's a single player campaign. Now that people have played through the multiplayer, they got their fill on a little bit of the multiplayer. Then they see like, oh, here's a single player campaign to kind of, dig your teeth into. They could have done it like that, but for some reason they just had to have it at launch. I don't know. Kind of a missed opportunity.
Yeah, and now that the ratings come out, they're probably going to sink zero money into the single player.
Yeah, I think this also does set a bad precedent for later, because like some people are like, they should have never even had it in the first place. I'm like, no, do not encourage that. That was the problem with fucking 2042, is that it had no single player campaign. I don't care that people don't care about Battlefield single player campaigns. I want them to have them. Especially for games that have cool concepts. I like a single player campaign that can dive into the world that we're playing in and give me some more context. 2042 had a cool premise, but they couldn't explore it because they had no single player campaign. All they had was these really cool cutscenes that showed what they probably could have built if they were able to make a campaign. But they weren't able to do it. So all we had was like a little bit of like this really cool concept of like a world that's on like the brink of like just collapse, with countries falling apart because of natural disasters and climate change absolutely destroying alliances of countries and the NOPATs and stuff. Like, there was a cool concept there, but absolutely no way to explore it because you didn't have a single player campaign. So I disagree. I think single player campaigns are important, at least for grounding the multiplayer. Like, why are we playing? Why are we fighting where we're fighting? What's the context? I like context with my multiplayer games, right?
What are the stakes?
Yeah, like, what are the stakes? And at least I can at least somewhat understand what the stakes of the multiplayer are from that single player campaign. Like, I get the gist. It wasn't very good, but I can at least get the gist of like, okay, I get it. NATO's kind of failing. Pax Armada. Here's why we're fighting in New York and stuff like that. Here's the reason why, because the single player campaign shows them attacking the United States. Like, I get why we're fighting in the places that we're fighting. Like, it doesn't seem like we're just getting thrown into some random part of the world and fighting some random army for the sake of it. Same thing with Battlefield 4. I didn't like its campaign either, but at least it contextualized, why is China in this game? Okay, well, if you play a single player campaign, you'll understand why China is a major enemy faction in the game, because literally you're fighting them in the campaign. You're at war with fucking China.
Damn.
Right? Battlefield 3 did the same thing with, contextualizing a little bit of the multiplayer setting. Bad Company 2, like, I think single player campaigns have a place, even in Battlefield games where they end up being slightly mediocre to only somewhat serviceable. But I like it when they have them. And I think Battlefield 1 and Battlefield 5 had a good idea with their war stories. Like, Battlefield 5's war stories were kind of dog shit, I'm going to be honest. And they were also disrespectful to actual history. I think, in particular, the one war story that took place in, was it Norway? I think it might have been Norway. I'm blanking on exactly the location, but one of the war stories took place in some place like that. It was based on a real thing that happened in that location in World War II, but DICE changed it completely from being like an entire like squadron of soldiers to one girl doing all the work, and it was so disrespectful to the men and women of that squadron, because I think it was men and women who actually fought, and they made it basically one superhero woman who somehow fights the fucking Germans. Like, how? What? No, but whatever. Regardless of fucking historical insensitivities, I think Battlefield 1's war stories, while not amazing because they had to be short, because that's the point of them being little bite-sized stories, it was a good idea, because you're in World War One, a battle that barely ever gets talked about in video games. So they had these little bite-sized stories of different fronts of Battlefield of World War One that you have to fight in. You saw what it was like for the the British army and like their tanks and stuff. You saw what it was like for like the dog fighters. You saw what it was like for a fucking Australian soldier over in that area. Like, it really contextualized the Great War. They weren't amazing, but they were good in the sense that like you got to explore a little bit of World War One, which is always a good thing.
I still need to play it. I need to play more Battlefield 1. I've only played like that tiny little snippet.
I wonder I want to look at the Steam charts and see if Battlefield 1 is like falling off a cliff because of the release of Battlefield 6. Because Battlefield 6 has been massively successful. I mean, massively successful. Battlefield 6 right now has over 300,000 people, but it has a peak of almost of 656,000. That's just on Steam. That's not counting console, and people are running through the EA launcher. So
you say 300,000 people? Well, it is nighttime for a lot of people.
yeah, it's like midnight. So, you know, for the United States, that's pretty damn late. But they have a peak of 656,000. That's a lot of goddamn people.
Really?
I think they sold like, I forgot what their sales figures was. Let's see, Battlefield 1. Maybe people are playing Battlefield 1, right? Oh, damn. It dropped off the fuck like a damn cliff. Only 2,600 people are currently playing. They fell off a cliff. They were, let's see, they were averaging, before the release, they were averaging maybe around 10,000. Now they've fallen off. But I kind of expected that to happen because Battlefield 6, you know. Let's see. I saw something earlier today. Is like Battlefield 6 sales, because they sold big. They sold over 7 million units. Lot of sales. Battlefield 6 sells over 7 million units across PC and console in 5 days. This is one of the biggest successful releases for EA in a long time. So,
That's wild.
Yep. I mean, it sucks that the campaign couldn't have been good, but multiplayer is pretty solid. I did one stream last night. Nobody showed up, you fucking bastards. But I did one stream last night playing Battlefield 6. I played a little bit with my brother off stream days before. Yeah, it's just like from the beta. It's a pretty decent. It has some problems that need to be worked out, and it definitely can use some more content. But that's fine. The bones of the game are good. Unlike 2042, this game isn't going to need to be completely reworked from the ground up. More so, maybe some tweaks and some additions, but it's in a much better place than 2042 was, because that game was absolutely horrid at launch. It barely worked. It was barely functional, which, to be fair, that's pretty much the track record of Battlefield games. Every once in a while, they just put out a game that just barely functions at launch. Battlefield 4, I think, was nearly unplayable for like a year. It had crashing issues at launch on PC that made it, even on console, I think it used to crash a lot. And it didn't get fixed for a while. And they had a bunch of netcode issues that didn't get fixed for like over a year until they had like a CTE where they were able to up the tick rate, because they were still running at 10 hertz on their servers at the release of Battlefield 4.
That's funny you mentioned Battlefield 4. That's right around the time that they got rid of all their QA testing, like Combat Studios, and they started doing all their QA in-house, which is never a good idea when you're doing a big game like this. And I remember hearing like from the CEO of Combat Studios, he said, yeah, you look at like Battlefield 4, that's why it was shit, because they didn't use any of us to go and fix their stuff or find the bugs and report it to them. So they didn't fucking know. And I just thought, really? That's interesting.
Yeah, that was a travesty. Although Battlefield 4 survived because it had technical issues, but the bones of I still don't like Battlefield 4, mostly because of the maps, but that's whatever. I've ranted about that before. But most people like Battlefield 4 because the bones of it were so good. It just needed a wave of fixes. Battlefield 1, from what I remember, was mostly pretty solid. Didn't really have any like really horrible issues. Once again, it was a game that pretty much was good at launch. It just needed some tweaking, and they did do a lot of tweaking to certain aspects of the game over the time that was supported. Battlefield 5 did not have a good launch. 2042 was an absolute horrible launch on a technical level and from a content level. That game literally spent its entire lifespan just being reworked. Like, reworking literally every map in the game. That, you know how much dev time they spent on just reworking every single map in the fucking game? That's already a lot of fucking dev time.
Now, you say reworking every map. I played that game through its transition. Cosmetic shit changed with every map, but the foundations of what the map was supposed to be was still there. I think they just had to change a lot of like little details and scripting shit. And
they had to
add cosmetic stuff.
On some maps had like complete like terrain changes. I think Breakaway was one of the ones that changed a lot versus the first iteration. I don't even remember what the first version of Breakaway was like. I know they completely changed the layout. Like I think they completely got rid of the base jump from Breakaway, if I remember, because even in Breakthrough, I don't remember anybody coming from that cliffside off in the distance. But regardless, it was a lot of cosmetic changes and like adding props and stuff. But that's probably not as easy as we think it is, because they had to do that on top of trying to get out new content for Battlefield 2042. So that completely crippled that game's content stream, because instead of being able to solely focus all their time and dev time on really making brand new maps, new weapons, they had to spend time reworking maps they already made before and trying to develop entirely new maps and also fixing all the underlying issues on a technical level with the game, of which it had a lot, and eventually having to go completely back on things like finding a way to sneak classes back into the game eventually. Just to kind of make it feel a little bit more Battlefield like. It did not have a good foundation to sit on, which completely crippled it. Looks like Battlefield 6 is not following in those tracks though. The bones are there, the foundation is there. It can use some work. There's a lot of bugs they're actually working and putting out hot fixes for right now. I think the newest one that they're trying to fix is there's a very bad spread issue where guns are unintentionally having massive amounts of bloom and spread, making any gunfight at distance incredibly hard. Like, and I've noticed it because I was like in the beta, I was like, okay, the guns are pretty accurate, and now I was playing the full release, and I was like, where are my bullets going? Like, and then I started watching videos where you see in slow motion that the bullets are just, it's like a shotgun shell. They're just going off in random directions, even if you're tap firing. It's like, that's not how a gun works. What the hell? And then at first, I think the devs were saying that was intended, and then they had to come back and say, oh, no, this amount of spread is not intended. This is something we're gonna have to work on. We're gonna have to fix this. I'm like, you think? I like my gun. I like my bullets to go in the direction that my reticle is, at least mostly. Like,
There,
Come on.
there was a joke years ago, back in the GoldenEye days for the 64. There was a weapon called the Klob. It was this just cheap ass SMG,
Night,
and you
Ellen.
pull the. Yep, night, Alan. And you pull the trigger, and you'd hear this. Like the firing sounded like
Somebody clip that.
atrocious ass. Sure. And the joke is that you could literally fire the gun like at any direction, and it'll accidentally like hit an enemy on the other side because the accuracy was so fucking terrible. You could try and hit straight, and you wouldn't fucking hit an enemy. The gun was just, it was one of those guns. If you managed to kill somebody with it, it was a shame for the person who died.
It's like
you killed me with a club, you fucker.
It's like getting killed with a fucking LMG in CS:GO or CS2. Those things fucking suck.
Damn.
From what I remember, trying to use, I don't even know what the point of the LMGs are in Counter-Strike, because I don't think I've ever seen a pro player use them. They're so bad. I mean, to be fair, pro players only literally use like two things: M4, AK. You might have an opper who's a dedicated opper, and you might have a deagle or a handgun in there for one taps to the head, and then every other gun gets mostly like ignored except for on eco rounds.
See, the weapon of choice that I often went with, because it was a budgetary thing, if I couldn't get the deagle, I would go with the 5.57 because I'd get enough ammo, I'd get just enough punch, and I could save up money. I just get the 5.57 constantly. But yeah, the LMG, you think the reloading of the box was bad on any of these other games? Valve intentionally made this thing so slow to unload and reload the box, and like you can hear shit going on, and then your character is just like making tea, eating taco.
Yeah, you're like, hey, it's like, hey, can you, hey, stop shooting for a second. I'm trying to reload. Just give me a second. I'll be done. Like in like a year.
It was terrible. You only use that weapon if like you planned on using one box and then dropping the gun and picking up something else if you could.
I think the LMGs are just a fucking meme. I can't think of any strategic advantage. Like, even if you just want to be a asshole and go in and spray. But I don't know. I'm thinking more on the pro side. Like, there's obviously a reason why no pro players use it. But then again, I guess that's a bad metric to have because pro players always gravitate to like a handful of guns, no matter what game it is. But still, I don't know. LMGs are a fucking meme.
I think the damage indicator for Counter-Strike was that the bullet, what was it? It's supposed to be a 7.62. I think it essentially had the damage of a 5.57. Just a really tiny bullet, but you had like 50 to 100 rounds. And yeah, running and spraying was garbage. You can duck and like do burst rounds with it, and you could do something with that, but you're gonna get fucking raptored from, left or right side by someone who hears this massive LMG going on and is like, oh, what's over here? A vulnerable person, So yeah, it was just a joke at every opportune moment. So,
yeah, it's a fucking meme. Now, what? There's some good memes going on in Battlefield 6 because of the portal mode. It's barely been out, and people have been building some pretty interesting things already with combination of the Godot engine and the other portal stuff. Like somebody made Space Invaders workable in Battlefield 6 portal. I think somebody made like a thing that renders like a Doom looking like monochrome display in the middle of your screen as you walk around. People made Call of Duty Zombies where you actually buy weapons and pack-a-punch them and open doors and stuff. There's been some pretty interesting developments in Battlefield 6's portal already, and the game has barely been out, so it's only going to get better. Although, unfortunately, if you go to the experience browser, it's nothing but bot farms, and you can't even host a server because you're constantly getting errors because there's too many servers open, and 90% of them are bot farms. I'm like, God damn it, DICE. This is the one time where I'm gonna say I think it's time to charge some money. I'm sorry, I hate to be that guy and poop on a team for making something free because that's usually a good thing. But I think in this one instance, I think they should make it to where it costs money for persistent servers. It costs money because that's how it's always worked in Battlefield.
Yeah.
Back in pre-Battlefield 1, at least on PC, you hosted a server through like a third party like server hosting site. Now with Battlefield 1, they made everything integrated into Battlefield, and you had to rent servers from EA, which probably cost more and had way less customization, but regardless you could still do it. But I remember like on the console on Battlefield 3, 4, 1 on whatever, you had to pay like you had like daily rates, weekly rates if you wanted to serve for a month, a year I think even was in there. And you had to pay money. And I'm thinking that they need to do it with Battlefield 6. On the surface, it's like, oh, this is good. Anybody can host a server completely for free just for owning the game. That's a good thing, right? Yeah, but not in practice because 90% of the servers are bot farms, and that becomes a problem when you can't even host a legitimate experience that you would like to let people play because you reach the air quotes global quota because there's too many servers, persistent servers already running. I'm like, okay, well, I'm sorry, DICE. I think you could make some money here. You should probably be charging like $5 a day, maybe $10 for a week or something to host a persistent server. If you want to allow free non-persistent servers, like, to allow people to maybe host private lobbies or like for teams to face each other, or maybe you just want your buddies to hop in and play the Call of Duty Zombies experience or whatever, I can see that. But if you want to be able to run a persistent server, I don't see why they don't just charge money. It's money. You can make money off of it, and it will cut down on the amount of bot farms because a lot less people are probably going to be hosting them if they have to cough up money. So you'll get a lot less of just 1,000 of these servers running at the same time. You might get like maybe a couple, and everybody's just going to join those instead. You don't need fucking 100 goddamn bot farm servers. It's too many. Most of them probably don't have any players on them, but the servers are still up because they're persistent. So they're still taking up space and server space and not allowing people to host their own experiences because they might have some experiences they really want the community to play, but nobody can because they can't fucking get the server to host. So
I miss the days when you would just go into the game folder, find a certain file called DS server, start that. You'd have to make your own like IP hosting or something to put you on the public probably. And you just host the fucking thing on your own computer. Like Rust or 7 Days to Die.
or Minecraft.
But no. Or Minecraft. But for some reason, Battlefield and Call of Duty, despite being hacked out, always feel that it's necessary to keep everything internal. You're not protecting jack shit, and we know it. You know it. Give us the fucking dedicated server files, god damn it.
I don't see it.
Our own thing.
I don't see that happening, but they should at least they should at least consider. Well, they probably can't now because it'll probably be bad optics. It's probably too damn late, but they probably should have just made it cost money for persistent servers from the start, because people would have probably been upset, but at least people would actually be able to fucking host their legitimate experiences for other people to play. Because right now you can't. Like I said, if you go to the experience browser right now, bot farm, bot farm, bot farm, bot farm, bot farm. It's like, okay, I want to see all the cool shit. Where's the Call of Duty Zombies and the Space Invaders and stuff? It's probably getting buried underneath all the bot farms. I don't even have problems with the bot farms because some of these assignments I'm probably going to do in a bot farm because they're fucking stupid. Like 150 headshot kills from 200 meters away. I'm not going to fucking be able to do that in a live game. Are you crazy? And another one's like 5 kills with a shotgun without reloading. 15 kills in a round with a shotgun. I'm like, I'm not going to sit here and grind this shit. I'll probably do it in a bot farm. So I'm not against the idea of a bot farm, especially when you have bullshit ass fucking assignments like that, because DICE is DICE and they've been doing this since Battlefield 3, so I'm not really surprised.
Be right back. Bathroom time.
But
keep talking.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the bot farms. I have a problem with how many fucking bot farms there are. And everybody's saying the same thing. And the biggest problem also on top of having all these bot farms is that nobody is able to host their own goddamn servers. I don't know how. Maybe they didn't expect so many people to buy the. Maybe they didn't expect the sales to be so high. I don't understand how they didn't have contingencies in place to prevent this global quota error problem that they're happening. I don't know. Are they really underestimated? No, because they can't have underestimated how many bot farms there would be because they saw it in Battlefield 2042. It was an issue in 2042, so how'd they not expect it to be an issue in Battlefield 6? I don't know. Seems like a very short-sighted mistake by them. Portal mode is still cool. It just sucks that Oversights is not allowing Portal to be probably experienced. Like if you want to find like cool experiences in Battlefield Portal, you're probably gonna have to use like some third-party website or maybe like a Discord that finds like the cool ones and shares the experience code so that you can play them. Because most of these experiences are like you play by yourself or maybe with friends, so it doesn't really matter if you can find a server for it. You know what I mean? Like Space Invaders or zombies or something. I don't know. Because y'all saw me when I looked at the experience browser yesterday. It was just bot farms. If there are only other games out there people could play, that's not really the point. It's a good game. It sold over 7 million units for a reason, Scaly. We finally got a good Battlefield game. It has some teething problems that I think are going to be fixed. I mean, Vince Zampella is at the helm, and maybe that's why Battlefield 6 turned out well, because they finally got some leadership in there that understands how to make a decent first-person shooter. Not that I'm the biggest fan of Call of Duty, but Call of Duty was better when Vince Zampella was at the helm of the Call of Duty franchise. So EA getting him on board to lead the ship was probably a very rare W for EA when it comes to picking their management. Because whatever management was at DICE before didn't know what the fuck they were doing. And I don't know if it's because they lost a bunch of management. I know that they lost a bunch of talent to like Embark Studios and stuff, but I don't know. It seems like, at least as far as I can see, Vince Zampella at the helm of Battlefield Studios was a good move for them. Very rare W by EA. Usually they choose management that don't know what the fuck they're doing, and all they care about is money, money, money. They don't know how to actually make a good game. But Vince Zampella knows how to make a good game. Mostly.
I didn't realize I was muted. I was saying money, money, money.
Yeah. I don't know, but new content should be coming out in a little bit less than 2 weeks. Gonna get a new map for Battlefield 6, and then a month later, another new map. And new weapons. And new features as well. So
wait a second. New weapons? There's already 40 fucking weapons. How many more do you need?
More. I think the first update is gonna add the not Glock. It's not named the Glock, but it's definitely a Glock from what I've seen of the leaked Battlefield Labs, because it was a lot of these weapons that are upcoming were already leaked in like in the test range, and I was wondering why they weren't in the full release, and it turns out I guess it's because they were meant to be post-launch content. They weren't ready yet, but they were in Battlefield Labs.
They took the Glock and they just pulled out the G and the L and they put a C in there.
I don't remember what they're calling it. I think it's something 22 or something. So I think it's based on the Glock 22. I don't know.
The Cock 22.
Yeah, the Cock 22. Yes, I killed him with my cock. Got him.
That's gonna be the kill. It'll have the attacker, word cock, and then the player who died.
He killed me with his cock. God damn it.
Yep. Ultimate melee kill.
I just got a 4-man streak with a cock. But I know they're adding that. They're adding some other sniper rifle called the mini scout or something like that. Yeah, I think it's called the mini scout. So that's another sniper rifle. I think that's the only 2 weapons with the first update. I think the next month they're going to add a different revolver, which is I think a 357 revolver. They have the 44 in the game right now, but I think they're going to add the 357 along with a think another a carbine. I don't remember. I don't know. New weapons, which is always good, and new maps. Obviously, they got like one that's like looks like I think it's supposed to be taking place in California. I think the next two maps are both in the California area. There's one called like Badlands, which is like a big like deserty looking place with like those oil things. You know those pumps, those little oil pump things. Yeah,
they're often used in film or something like that.
Yeah, the promotional material image shows like a field with a deserty looking field with a bunch of those. And I think that's in California. And then there's another one called what's it called?
That's what's called. Fuck.
Yeah, fuck. Oh, damn it, we got fuck again. God damn it. I hate this map. I forgot what the other one was called, but I think it also takes place in some like Los Angeles suburb or something. I think you can see like actual Los Angeles. Like I see a skyline off in the background. I'm gonna assume that's Los Angeles. So there's that as well. So that's cool. We get another batch of like American maps. I would kind of wish they would do even more American maps. Let me fight in Florida, although technically we did. I keep forgetting that Battlefield Hardline existed. There was a couple of maps. I think there was at least one or two maps in Florida in Battlefield Hardline, and then Battlefield Hardline had a lot of American maps. Now that I think about it, but that was police and stuff. Okay, that wasn't war. That was just police versus robbers. That's an average day.
Cops and robbers.
That's literally what it was. That's what Battlefield Hardline was. It was a spinoff. It was supposed to be kind of like Bad Company, but it wasn't successful. Even though I liked it, I think it was a good game. But regardless. I think the entire Battle Royale takes place in California. So I'm not really interested in the Battle Royale. It's probably going to come out within the next couple months. I might play it once. I don't know. I just don't care about Battle Royale. I'm there for multiplayer. But luckily a completely different studio is working on the Battle Royale. So the Battle Royale is not going to affect the main multiplayer because DICE is working on that. I think Ripple Effect is working on the multiplayer. No, is working on the Battle Royale. And then Criterion, all I know that they did was the campaign, but they're probably acting as a support studio for the entire franchise. So I don't know. That's why they call themselves Battlefield Studios now. Now it's not even just DICE. It's DICE, Ripple Effect, Criterion instead of just DICE. I mean, They definitely had to pull together the entire fucking Avengers for this game. Maybe they finally learned with all the previous games that DICE can't do it by themselves.
Probably not.
Unfortunately, I don't know if that says something about DICE or just how ambitious Battlefield as a concept is. Although DICE did pretty good back in the day, so I think it's just DICE is becoming incompetent because they lost most of their talent to people like Embark Studios.
That and let's see, this is still coming out through EA, right? So I know EA announced maybe 5-10 years ago that they wanted to focus on fewer IPs, but really beef those IPs up, like your Battlefields and whatnot. They don't want to experiment anymore. They want to just put out the shit that they know makes money. And so there's probably word that GTA 6 is going to be in the works because that probably takes 7 to 10 years. Oh, there's a new Call of Duty every year. Well, what do we got? We got Battlefield. What else is there? There's Modern Hunter. There's the handful of the big AAA names that people are expecting.
Everybody's screwed when GTA 6 comes out. when that comes out, it's over for everybody. Nobody better release their game around GTA. Everybody is scared of GTA 6. Like, they know, do not release your game around the same time as GTA 6. It's going to be bad if you do, because GTA 6, unless it turns out to be bad, which, let's be honest, even with all the overhype for GTA 6, I doubt. I would only give it a 0.2% chance that GTA 6 is going to be bad. Rockstar, I think I said this in the previous TISM Thursday, when you look at their catalog, they have never released a flop. Ever. Even when they've done spin-offs and things that are not GTA, they've never flopped with any of their games in their entire catalog. It doesn't matter if it's GTA or Midnight Club or Manhunt or even weird, more like niche things like fucking Smuggler's Run or Red Dead Redemption, Bully. Like every game that they make is a cultural phenomenon that's remembered for years to come. The only game I think out of the games I just said that wasn't necessarily remembered was maybe Smuggler's Run.
Because I was just looking up a list. Smuggler's Run is at the very bottom of the list, and the next to that is like the Italian Job.
I'm sure it was only it only wasn't massively like remembered because it was more like I like to call it like a. I mean, it was definitely an offshoot of Midnight Club. Like he definitely used Midnight Club's like driving engine. Yeah. Still a good game, just not obviously as massively appealing as Midnight Club, right? But it wasn't necessarily a flop. Everything else that they've ever made is always massively successful and high quality. Even when they did Max Payne 3, and they never did the other Max Paynes. They got that from who makes Max Payne before?
Remedy.
They didn't even make the other two games, and they came into the game on the third entry and still made a game that people say is amazing. Rockstar doesn't miss. So you do not want to face against Rockstar because you're going to lose.
I have to throw a challenge card in on Max Payne 3. When it came out, the community was divided. You had people that did complain that it wasn't a continuation of Max Payne 2 in terms of like looks. Like it was a big change. It looked more like Splinter Cell.
It had its own cool little art style. It had that Rockstar look to it.
But that's the thing, it had a Rockstar look. It didn't have the Remedy look. And some people, there was enough percentage of people that were bitching about the fact that it didn't look like Max Payne 1 or 2. It very much was its own thing, yet it was continuing the story, but visually it was jarring.
Well, yeah, very different artistic vision. Like the first two had like, and it was probably because of budget and time restraints, but they had like the comic book like cut scenes, and they had the iconic Max Payne face, whatever that actor's name is. He's in what's it called? Alan Wake 2, or he's in Alan Wake 2 as a different character. Iconic face. I can see how it was probably divisive, but it overall was a success for them, probably because I mean they don't make bad games. It's Rockstar. I think they're the only studio that's never made a bad game. And it's not like they've only made a couple games. They've made games for now about 2 decades, over two decades. And these days, they don't come out with very many games like they used to. But every time they do, they fucking pour the most excruciating autistic detail. I remember when people were talking about how they went to the extent of making like the balls shrink on horses in the cold in Red Dead Redemption 2. I'm like, who thinks of that? These people are weird. I apparently
never fucking noticed that.
Apparently that's a thing. Apparently that's a real thing that is actually in the game. Like
holy shit.
Rockstar they are an anomaly in the gaming community. Unless they've completely lost their way, GTA 6 is going to take the world by fucking storm. So,
the one
sucks that it's not going to be on PC at launch. Fucking Rockstar. That's the one thing they always fail on.
The only thing that would possibly cause even a deviation. It is going to be a successful game. I know this because you have lots of investors putting money in that are going to beef up the production. And there's like psychology involved. They need this game to basically turn into Roblox in terms of being a cash cow. They're not going to fuck this up, but they also they know that they have to do certain things to make everyone happy, and they have to keep their reputation. So this is like the ultimate fucking 4D chess for such a game because everything is at stake potentially. Like if this game, when I was looking stuff up, there's a video saying why GTA 6 will flop. It came out 9 months ago. I'm like, get fucked. It's not gonna flop.
Well,
I
it literally
don't like-
can't flop. They've been working on this for over a decade. If it flops, that would be devastating. This game's budget is probably over the fucking moon. It's probably rivaling fucking Star Citizen levels of funding here. But they didn't have people.
Possibly.
They didn't have fucking whales funding them. They had fucking investors that actually want a return on investment, not players who are going to sit there and be edged constantly by shitty developers that have literally switched engines multiple times and not met deadlines, blah, blah. Like, there's a lot on the line here for GTA 6 with a big budget. They've spent like a decade working on it. I don't know when they started production of it, how long after GTA 5, but still they've probably been working on it for at least a decade. Like, there's a lot on the line here because Rockstar barely puts out games, so every time they do, it needs to be a massive hit right off the rip.
I think the only other developer, big name developer, that puts out less common releases is Valve.
Yeah, but when they do it, they also always hit it out the park. Like, their last major release, I think, was Half-Life Alyx, and it was a VR seller because it was that good.
It actually was. Like, as much as I bitched about the last 10 minutes of the story, I almost said love. Like, I can't say I love it, but as far as a VR game, I really like that game. It feels like a Valve game, and there's a Valve game when you play it, there's certain controls or design, there's things like, when you play a Rockstar game, you feel certain things in it. You know that there's care put into it. There's going to be some kind of aesthetic in there that says GTA 6 is a fucking Rockstar game. It is going to succeed. As much as I don't like 90% of AAA, I am not delusional. This game is going to be good for people, and it's going to people are going to crash into each other on the way to the fucking GameStop to get it.
Yeah.
Instead of the normal 48 person camping out front, you're probably gonna have 150 people camping out front to get that.
Probably. I mean, the only bad thing is now on fucking PC at launch. I am so sick of this shit, Rockstar. That's the one thing I hate about Rockstar. They make you wait for a PC release. Like, you motherfuckers, I don't want to buy it for my PS5. I don't use my PS5. I don't want to use my PS5 for one game. And I'm not even going to be able to run it at its full potential because it's a PS5. It's already outdated. I don't have a PS5 Pro. So what am I going to play fucking 30 frames per second on this bitch? Are you going to have a 60 frames per second mode? Are you going to make me play at 30 frames per second and wait until I can get a fucking PC launch? Because they're probably wait like about a year. And they'll be like, okay, guys, it's on PC. I'm like, I don't want to buy it again. What is wrong with you guys?
You want to buy it again?
Stop.
You want to buy it again?
No, I mean, they already did that with GTA 5. I mean, they had the fucking the 360 PS3 versions that were obviously, that game was obviously not meant to go on such paltry hardware, but that's all they could release it on at the time. And then later they're like, all right, here's the PC version. Or, well, no, I think first came the air quotes next gen version, the PS4 and Xbox One, where now the game can actually run at 60 frames per second. Now you can actually have a real custom character creator for GTA Online. Now the game feels like this is what it was meant to be, but they had to release it for those consoles because that's what was out at the time. And then they're like, all right, guys, PC release, here you go. Now you can really fucking just stretch your nuts out and slap your dick on the screen for this one. And then later, they're like, okay, here's the PS5 and the Xbox Series version. And it's like, they just kept doing that. I will give them credit. They at least ended up releasing like an enhanced edition for PC, which I think, if I remember correctly, only brought it up to par with the PS5 and Xbox Series editions, because I believe the PC version was technically behind the next-gen console versions in terms of like graphics and stuff like that. So they had to come out with a separate enhanced edition for PC to bring it up to spec with to add ray tracing and stuff.
I really don't give a shit about ray tracing unless their game warrants taking advantage of the beauty of the scenery. A fast-paced action game, I've never understood why you have ray tracing. You're busy doing other shit than admiring the god rays. It
Yeah,
just the logic doesn't understand me.
I think we talked about that on another TISM Thursday where people were giving DICE flack for not having ray tracing in Battlefield 6. And I'm like,
Fuck that.
why do you need ray tracing in a fast-paced multiplayer game? You're gonna have like a 50% hit to your frame rate so you can have slightly better lighting and maybe shadows depending on what their implementation, or if you're like Battlefield 5, better reflections. Like, who's gonna care? You're running around a fucking map where there's 32 up to 32 other people trying to fucking kill your ass. Why the hell would you care about, oh, I can see my soldier in this puddle. Oh, this lighting, look at this bounce lighting. Oh my god. Look at these shadows. They're so accurate. Oh, this ambient occlusion is so lifelike. Who the fuck cares? I'm trying to not get fucking blown up by a goddamn tank or a bomb dropped on my head from a jet. I don't care about that goddamn shit. You could argue they should have added it to the campaign. But then again, that campaign was half-baked anyway, so who cares about that anyway? That's just, it would have been more development time wasted on something that was already underbaked. So, yeah.
Put your cake dressing on this half-baked cake. Enjoy.
Yeah, we might have taken a fat shit in the middle of the cake, but that's a little surprise, that you can find later. Don't worry about it. It's just extra chocolate filling. But I've seen comparisons of the ray tracing in GTA. I mean, yeah, I guess in certain lighting scenarios it's noticeable, especially with some of the darker areas that look kind of bland, but when you add the ray trace bounce lighting, it actually lights it properly and it looks proper. But I wouldn't say it's necessarily, is it really worth the hit to my frame rate?
No. Unless you've got something like a 7900 XTX, or I guess if you're going to brave the fucking 50 series.
Yeah, 50, unless you got fucking 5090, I guess you're good. But I mean, then again, you're also just adding makeup on a fucking 10-year-old game. I mean, GTA 5 is definitely showing, it's not a bad looking game, but it's definitely showing the fact that it's built 10 years ago. Like, you just look at trailers of GTA 6, and I can guarantee you Rockstar doesn't usually pull a Ubisoft. What they show in the trailer is probably how the game is going to look. GTA 6 is already 1,000 times better looking than GTA 5. So you're adding ray tracing on a 10-year-old game that's not even going to be able to look good with ray tracing as good as GTA 6 is going to look. So, I mean, they probably just add it just to add it because, why not? They're probably like, well, might as well. Everybody else is doing it. And it's optional. You don't have to turn it on, but yeah. Definitely not one of those games. It's not like Cyberpunk where if you turn on ray tracing, like it makes like a noticeable difference to the game. That game looks dramatically different, especially if you turn on path tracing. But God forbid you do that. That's gonna run like shit even on a 5090. You better be turning on that fucking DLSS super maximum overdrive.
I'm looking at a 3090 right now. It's $900.
You ain't doing shit with no 3090. Not in today's age. You need a 5090.
Some of the user benchmarks have actually been really impressive with some of the higher end older cars. If you max out like I think it was like the 1080 was compared to the like 3080 or the 3090, and they were like pretty neck and neck. It's like, geez, why the fuck is this card still good?
That's I bet those are skewed. They probably have some bullshit like some FSR enabled or they probably jacked up the settings on the newer cards because that don't sound right. A 1080 is not going to be anywhere near a 3080, not even close.
I'm throwing random, obviously not accurate numbers, but like someone had compared a 1080 to maybe it was like a 3070 or something like that. It was one of those comparisons where it didn't make sense that should be the case, but yet the 1080 was, I guess, a good enough card at the time that it came. Like, I guess the 10 series was pretty good, and then the 20 series, everyone was like, well, fuck that noise. But then the 30 series came out.
20 series was undercooked because they were they were really hoping that you would pay the premium for their fucking ray tracing hardware. That was a early adopters fee if you bought the 20 series. That's just how that one was. I think I had a 2070 for a little while. But do I still have that one? Yeah, no, I gave it to my stepdad. I have a 3070 Ti sitting in the closet. Anyways, whatever. Doubt what you just said about the 1080, but one thing I won't doubt is that Payday devs are still some of the most greediest motherfuckers. Look at this shit. This is like 3 weeks old, but we're still gonna talk about it because it came across my radar just last night. I don't know how nobody brought this up to me before. Payday 2 devs add a DLC subscription to a 12-year-old game. And basically what this subscription is, you subscribe to it and you get access to all the DLCs of Payday 2, which if you don't know, Payday 2 has a lot of DLC. We're talking, I think I forget what somebody calculated the total cost of DLC. I think it's into the thousands. There's a lot of fucking DLC. Wow. Some of it's just cosmetic, but there's a bunch of heists. There's a lot of stuff that's locked behind DLC of Payday 2. So they added a subscription. And on the surface, yeah, I mean, it's cheaper to do this than to fucking expect anybody to buy all the DLCs, especially if you want to play with friends. But man, it's just bad optics. It's a 12-year-old game, and you've already got a new game out that absolutely failed in the form of Payday 3 to the point where there's a bunch more people playing Payday 2 than Payday 3 because Payday 2 is an actual good game, unlike Payday 3, still to this day, apparently. So they feel the need to make an update like this to Payday 2, which is showing just how fucking desperate they are to get that money because they fucking flopped with their sequel. But this game is fucking 12 years old, man, and they're adding a DLC subscription. It's just bad optics. Even if on the surface it's not a bad buy when you consider the price of all the DLCs, even if it's not a bad buy, it's still bad optics because it's like, bro,
it's exactly what people think it is.
You could have just released like a complete edition with every single DLC for a dramatically reduced price. You could have done that, you know. That would have looked a lot better if you just said, okay, here's like a $70 edition of Payday 2, but it has every single DLC that we released while this game was out. Because they're not releasing anything new. But here's every single DLC. They probably still have gotten shit on because who's going to pay $60 for a 12-year-old game? But I think it looks a lot better than adding a DLC subscription. Like a subscription for a 12-year-old game that's not even receiving new content and you're still actively trying to get Payday 3 to not be shit. I don't know, just a little bit weird.
Everything. Oh, it's beyond a little bit weird. It's a lot. It's a lot of weird. It's a lot of. We know that the audience prefers Payday 2. So notice they didn't do anything like this for Payday 3. They didn't do it for Payday 1. They did it for the best, most popular, most selling game of the series. And they just went, boom, let's put a subscription in there. Yeah, we could do a Game of the Year edition, but fuck that. We can make money in perpetuity. Forever.
Oh no, not the perpetuity. No. God damn, I can't escape it. That jury duty fucked me, man. The perpetuity I guess the perpetuity is in perpetuity. Yep. Oh.
Your money will be going to them in perpetuity until you turn that thing off.
Also, I don't think I've seen any other game do DLC subscriptions. This has got to be one of the only ones I've ever heard of. I've heard of subscriptions for like MMOs and things like that, but this is subscription for the DLC itself. I've never heard of that ever. I've heard of season passes. Those are still a thing, but a subscription to access like extra content, especially for a 12-year-old game, but just in general.
This might be a first. Because you look back like previous iterations, like the expansion turned into DLC, which turned into whatever the fuck we have now. And now Yeah, DLC is something that you have to pay for monthly, and if you stop paying for it, they take the DLC away from you. Think about that.
I hope EA.
Not only do you not know,
I hope EA doesn't take this as an idea, because I can see
they
I
won't.
could so see them doing something like this with The Sims. Because if you don't know, The Sims 4 is got
It's terrible.
so much fucking DLC. I mean, there's DLC for DLC, and you think I'm
Yes.
joking, but I'm
you're
not.
not.
There, I believe it was like there was like DLC for like one of the other previous release DLCs. Because
Yep.
meaning that if you don't have that DLC, then some of the content of this DLC you don't even get to take advantage of, because you need both of them, because this one expands upon this one. I'm like, we're making DLCs for DLCs, expansion packs for expansion packs. What the hell are you doing, Sims? Like, God, and there's so many. There's game packs, there's expansion packs, there's content packs that just add like furniture. Like, I know Sims has done this for the longest time. I'm not blind to the fact that Sims 3 and Sims 2 had a lot of DLC, but they went fucking turbo uber DLC mode with Sims 4, on top of the fact that Sims 4 is just a shitty Sims game. Sims 3 is way better, and I will die on that fucking hill.
Oh, I don't think you're wrong.
But Sims 4 has so much DLC, so I would see them doing something like that for Sims 4, because Sims 4 is still actively getting, they're about to get another expansion. I've been seeing like ads for it, like first person mode of like you in a boat or something rowing.
I'm on a boat, bitch.
Yeah, I'm on a boat. Like, they're still making DLC for that game. I could see EA be like, wait a minute, we have an idea.
I have a feeling it's already been trialed, or it's already in trials to happen. They're testing it out internally, or they've already been testing it out. And you do a small test on something like Payday, which is probably a lesser known game. So if there's backlash, oh well, it doesn't work, but it will probably work.
Man, I will
will
say,
fucking pay.
I would love for us all to play Payday 2, but because of the DLC situation, it can be a little bit finicky trying to. I mean, I guess we could just play the base content, but still. I own Payday
That's what I
2.
would do. I almost got Payday 2.
I think I barely put any time into it. It's a good game. It can be a little bit grindy, and also I do not do stealth. If anybody wants to do stealth, that's not gonna happen with me. I fucking hate stealth. I want to just shoot police officers in the face. In Payday.
See, stealth is a weird one, because like Splinter Cell is a stealth game with weapons that you can shoot. The game is designed around the idea that if you want to be stealthy, you can be stealthy really well. And if you get into a fight, you're kind of clumsy. Like, the game kind of shows you that this is probably not a good idea. Yeah, you can kill this fucker, but it's going to be some jank and a little bit of clunk. Whereas I've never really understood how you can do stealth and fast-paced action at the same time. Like, that doesn't work in my brain.
Well,
You're either gonna do stealth or action.
Payday 2 does a good balance of that, like, because you know, but I don't know, stealth is just, anytime I've seen like stealth gameplay in Payday 2, it just looks fucking tedious, because it's not like Splinter Cell or even Metal Gear, where there's really, all you gotta really do is just take people out silently, you know, not let people see bodies, things of that nature. Pretty simple on the surface, not that hard to grasp. Payday takes it to a whole new level, where you can't just go around shooting guards in the back of the head with a suppressed pistol, because like you technically have like a limit, because you have to answer their pagers, and you can only answer so many before it trips the alarm. You have to put the bodies in body bags. You gotta watch for civilians calling the police. You gotta make sure to keep them restrained, but you only have so many zip ties to actually physically restrain guards and or civilians. There's cameras. There's a whole bunch of things that you have to deal with, and some people might like that because it's so intricate. Me, I'm like, I just want to fucking go to town. I just want to fucking unload rounds. But sometimes that can get you, that can be even harder, because some of those fights in Payday, especially on the higher difficulties, get fucking insane. They're sending the entire U.S. SWAT team after your ass. Like every SWAT member is trying to take down a couple of bank robbers, and then of course you gotta deal with all these juggernauts coming at you, and then fucking the goddamn Sam Fisher's one-shotting you with a kick to the face, which I still think is some of the biggest bullshit ever. Like, I can't get over how fucking bullshit that is in Payday, where some Sam Fisher motherfucker walks up to you, kicks you one time when you're wearing level 3 body armor, and one-shots you. I'm like, this is bullshit. How am I getting roundhouse kicked to the ground wearing body armor that can sustain multiple 5.56s? What the hell? This is stupid. Why? Motherfuckers, bro. I think I put more time into Payday 1 than I did 2, but those are completely different games. Payday 1 was a linear game with no stealth. It was just here's some missions, do the missions. And then Payday 2 was like turned into like almost like an MMO where it's like here's like like this big map of missions and blah blah blah, and then all these different difficulties and bunch of skills to level up, and there's like entire metas to that. It's a very complicated game. Very complicated. Very hard to get into from the little bit that I've seen of like content of it, but it's a fun game on the surface, and it would be fun for us to jump in and fucking try to rob some banks. And cook drugs, because there's some missions where you get to cook drugs.
That's not new. I played Schedule 1. I've cooked so much meth.
Okay, but you're cooking drugs while the entire SWAT team is fucking breathing down your neck, trying to kill your ass. Oh, he's cooking meth! Shoot him in the face with a 50 cal!
All I heard was the SWAT team is trying to kill you while you're fucking. I'm just like, what?
Oh. Well, do you have a license to have sex?
You got a right permit, box detected, checked for your sex party there.
Are you shagging without the license? Give me a ball war. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, there's
you fired yourself.
No, I'm not firing myself. I would never do such a thing. But anyways, we've been going for about almost 4 hours, so let's move into Reddit Roulette. Yes, it's time for Reddit Roulette, and we got some from Skytex, so they're gonna probably be cursed. So let's see what old Skytex has been cooking up for us. Yes, nut. I'm going to nut. So let's see. Oh, I keep forgetting that it's gonna open it up on my other browser, not the primary browser, or the one I'm using. Let's see what we got here.
I'm gonna get something real quick.
Oh, this one's interesting.
I gotta get my gummies for this. Whatever we got.
Yes, totally. This one is from r/squared circle, which is a wrestling subreddit. So I guess it's kind of topical for what we talked about earlier today. This one says strangest wrestling rumors / stories from your childhood. So I guess we're gonna get some good stories in the comment section. But the OP writes, I can't stop thinking about my friend repeatedly telling telling everyone how Ken Shamrock was a real fighter and had killed 2 men in Japan. No idea where he got that from. Can find no lead on where it stemmed, but it always stuck in my brain like a popcorn kernel between teeth. Can't get rid of it. Any wrestling stories from your childhood that still make you think, what the hell was that all about? I think I briefly remember Ken Shamrock, but yeah, anybody, these people are taking Kafafe to way too high of a level. The only fighter I knew who killed somebody in real life was Rey Mysterio, but that was an accident. I think he went to I can't remember exactly. I think he went to do like a 619 or something. I don't know. I think somehow the wrestler broke their neck or something, and tried to set up for a certain spot or whatever. But it was an accident. Rey Mysterio didn't mean to do it. That's probably very traumatizing though, but you know, it's kind of one of the things that can happen with wrestling. Somebody can literally fucking die. You're always 2 seconds from death. You do a suplex wrong and drop someone on their neck and it's lights out. So you gotta be fucking careful out there. Let's see what weird stories other people have. The rumor that the Ultimate Warrior had died and been replaced. Oh, I remember that one. And one version said it was Kerry Von Erich. There was always rumors that there was some circumstances where pro wrestling was a shoot in Japan or Mexico, never Europe, and for title matches or something. I don't know what this is all about. But I have heard people talk about like the Ultimate Warrior being replaced with a different person. I'm like, okay, doubt it. This isn't like TNA's what was his fucking name? Psycho, I think, in TNA. There was a character that wore like a full-on like suit and like mask, but that was actually true that different people were in the outfit. That wasn't a rumor. That was just an actual thing that was part of the storyline, that different people were in the outfit at different times. But this one, I have heard the Ultimate Warrior one. I don't think that's true, but it's whatever. Let's see what else. This one has always been my favorite. When I was in high school, I worked at this place with a guy that would break down how there were 3 Ultimate Warriors because one OD'd and the other killed himself. Every time someone new was hired, he would tell him to ask the new guy how many Ultimate Warriors there were, then sit back and laugh when he would spend 15 minutes breaking it all down for the new guy. He was like our own version of Pothead Meltzer. What kind of autism is this? Hey, new guy, how many Ultimate Warriors were there? Like, what kind of random onboarding question is that? Like, don't ever let this guy become the boss. He's going to be doing like an interview for like a new hire. He's going to be like, how many Ultimate Warriors were there really? It's like, what? Okay.
Sounds amazing.
It's like, I get liking a nice little game theory here, but like, this is autism levels of obsessed with that. Whatever. Got into wrestling in 1992 when that rumor started. People noticed when he came back that April that he was less muscular and his hair changed. My mom actually heard about it at work. Pretty sure it was in the National Enquirer or a similar rag. Maybe he just dropped weight. I mean, sometimes that happens to wrestlers where they're out for a certain period of time, whether because of injury, but especially because of injury, they come back and they're not as jacked as shit because, you know, they were injured. So they weren't able to stay in the most tip-top of shape, and they weren't fucking injecting steroids in their asshole every fucking night. So I don't know if I would say that's good evidence, but let's see. A kid in my 4th grade class swore that Sting had previously wrestled in WWF as IRS. He wouldn't believe me when I said it could be true. I don't even know who IRS is, but I know who Sting is. Mostly from his time in TNA, because he had a pretty long stint in TNA when I was watching back in the early 2000s. This was back when AJ Styles was a major, was like the face of TNA. Then of course he became the face of WWE, so, you know. Doink the Clown? What about Doink the Clown? Let's see. More stuff about Ultimate Warrior.
A lot of Ultimate Warrior stuff.
Yeah. I convinced people Papa Shango is the Boogeyman's dad. I think Boogeyman did like a local to my area like appearance, but I didn't go to it. But I remember the Boogeyman. I don't know what his gimmick was, or his long-standing gimmick was supposed to be. I mean, he was a guy that dressed in a weird outfit, came out and ate worms. You don't know who the Boogeyman is, do you?
Nope. I got gummy cars.
That was literally what the Boogeyman did. He was just like a weird character. He would come out like crawling on all fours. He was in like crazy ass makeup, and he would eat worms. Those worms were wiggling around, so those might have been real worms. I don't know. He would just take like a handful of worms and like just eat them. Just put them in his mouth.
John Leguizamo did.
Yeah, I don't even know if they were real, but I remember they would show shots of like the worms when they like spilled out into the ring, and they were wiggling around. So I think this man actually ate worms. I don't know. A kid in my class knew that the Ultimate Warrior took steroids because steroids turn your nipples white. I don't think that's true.
Cody, can you do you have any information on this?
I don't think that's how steroids work. I don't think they make your nipples white, but okay, that's you got fucking vitiligo in just your nipples. Like, what the hell happened? What the? I've heard of some weird things, but I don't know about that one. There were multiple people who played Kane over Tom. My brother-in-law still says this. Nah. Glenn Jacobs has always been Kane. I think there might have been like a storyline, I think, with Kane where somebody impersonated Kane, but that was part of the storyline. As far as I know, Glenn Jacobs has always been Kane. You could always tell because, I mean, unless you found another 6 foot whatever fucking jacked motherfucker, because Kane was fucking jacked back in the days. He was like, when he was like in the mask, he was in like the most tip top of shape. I mean, he's still always been strong as hell, but like when he was in that mask, man, those biceps didn't fucking lie. But no, Glenn Jacobs has always been Kane, unless it was for a storyline. Let's see, Macho Man and Stephanie McMahon. Oh yeah.
You're not sharing the screen. I don't know if you were planning on doing that.
Huh?
You still got the Payday 2.
No, my screen.
Damn it, why are you slowing down, stream? Stop fucking going slow. Never mind.
Damn. I'm guessing they're trying to say that Macho Man and Stephanie McMahon probably slept together. Maybe. I wouldn't even say that's necessarily unbelievable. I mean, Stephanie McMahon she was in the storyline. She was always called a whore, so maybe she, who knows? Doink killed Warrior. That's why he was replaced. Oh, that's Doink the Clown. Yeah, god damn it, Doink the Clown. Another one about Ultimate Warrior. That seems to be the most prevalent one. Let's see. I was looking at WWF action figures in Walmart around 98, 99. I was 9 or 10. Some random lady started telling me about the internet and dirt sheets. She proceeds to tell me Kane is going to have a green suit and will join DX, only to find out China is his sister. Yeah, I don't think that ever came to light, did that? Kane in a green suit? Why would they even... That's a terrible theory, because why would Kane ever join DX at any point? That woman was probably just schizo.
Kane became the Green Lantern.
Yeah, he became the fucking Green Lantern. New arc for the character. My grandma informed me The Rock died filming a movie in the mid-2000s. I was like 10 and bummed and seriously wondered if Austin was sad about his enemy dying until Raw, where they had absolutely no mention of The Rock being dead. Maybe he's been dead the whole time. This new Rock has been a doppelganger. His stunt double fucking got jacked up on steroids. Maybe that's why the old Rock was so much scrawnier than the new Rock.
Yep, he's a clone.
Yep, I knew it.
He's like Old Snake.
A childhood friend of mine was convinced that Owen Hart didn't accidentally fall from the ceiling. Undertaker pushed him. I feel like I've heard about that, but that one I'm not privy to. Back in the early 90s for us kids in the UK, the rumor was WCW paid a lot more for a victory than the WWE. I don't think any promotion pays... How would you even pay for a victory? Wrestling, it's choreographed. It's completely staged. So how would you wouldn't get paid for a victory? It's not
that
UFC.
Makes it sound like there's a bidding war.
Yeah, it's not UFC. The outcome is already predetermined. That wouldn't even make any sense. I don't know what that one's about. There really were two Kanes. The real Kane died, and that's why they brought in the guy with no mask. This was before Gallows as Kane. I think that's who like showed up as Kane one time was Luke Gallows. But I think that was during the period of wrestling where I stopped watching. So, because I stopped watching before like they had like a storyline with corporate Kane where like Glenn Jacobs was more so playing himself, still Kane in character, but he was playing like I guess you would say he was playing his real life self, but still being Kane. But that was a little weird arc that they had for Kane for some goddamn reason. Corporate Kane. I
Is
guess
that like Malibu Barbie?
basically it was just like it's Kane, but not Kane. I don't even know why they even did. I think they tried to play off like the arc of like, oh, you know, Kane is different now, and then I think eventually he turned back into Monster Kane. I don't know. I don't know how that storyline played out though, because I wasn't watching wrestling at that time.
He re-evolved.
I still don't because it's just not as good as it used to be. Uh, Hulk Hogan broke Andre the Giant's back with his body slam at WrestleMania 3, and that's what ultimately led to Andre's death. Who told you that? Andre had a disease, that's why he died.
Yeah.
I think it was like his growth disease that was the reason why he was so fucking large and kind of looked kind of goofy too.
Yeah, it was like a genetics thing where the hormones that normally take place during puberty never fucking stopped, and he just kept growing out of control.
Yeah, rip to our boy Andre the Giant. Kane and Hurricane was a wild tag team. I forgot that Kane and Hurricane even were a tag team. I know that for a certain stint, Kane and Rob Van Dam were the tag team champions. That's when they stopped for at least for a small bit of time, because they had like the Monster Kane, you would call him, you know, where he was like undead, like a freak of nature. That was his like character. And then for a small period of time at the beginning of the Ruthless Aggression era, they had Kane as like just kind of like a normal guy. And then they had, because you know, they just kind of had, they didn't really play off of like the Big Red Machine thing as much. They didn't really play into that. But then they had him tag team with Rob Van Dam, and then that led to the storyline of him pulling off the mask and basically trying to murder people, because they had like promos where like he would like chain people up and like torture them and stuff. Like then they basically played back into like they kind of had like a little break, and then they were like, oh yeah, by the way, Kane is like an absolute fucking psychopath. It's like, oh, okay. That was when he started the off the top rope stuff. Is it? I thought he always did the clothesline off the top rope. I will say that's always impressive that Undertaker and Kane at their size ever jump off of anything. Because like Kane has his signature clothesline, and Undertaker has going old school. You know, where that thing where he like twists their wrist, climbs up on the top rope, and then walks across the top rope, and then like comes down on top of their arm. Never made sense much as a signature, but it was cool. The fact that fucking somebody as big as the Undertaker would even do such a thing. Same thing with Kane jumping off the top rope, because these are big guys. They're not 7 foot tall. They would always say like on air they call them 7 foot tall when they're not even 7 foot tall. I think they're like, I would like to say like they're maybe between 6'6" and like 6'10". They're not 7 foot tall though. Great Call Lee was 7. Yeah, the Great Call Lee was fucking 7 foot tall. No doubt about that. Kane and Undertaker weren't. I mean, they're big dudes, don't get me wrong. They are some big ass dudes. Like, honestly, that's gotta be the most fucking scary thing. Like, because once again, Glenn Jacobs did like, you know, actual like jobs in the real world. Could you imagine like if you're trying to get insurance and you show up and it's fucking Glenn Jacobs, you know, and he's just fucking this towering menace over you? It's like, oh, I'm getting my insurance from you. And especially when he becomes mayor, imagine being able to say that your town's mayor is fucking Kane. I doubt he did this, but could you imagine if on the day that he was elected mayor, he came out and did his signature Kane pyro, where he played Slow Chemical and just did the fucking arm thing, and then fucking fire just shot out the goddamn podium. I know he didn't do that, but I would love to see I would love an alternate universe where he was elected as mayor and he fucking did the pyro. That would be fucking awesome, but I know he probably didn't do that. Would be awesome though. I would use my tax dollars. You can use my tax dollars to do that. If every time he was going to do a city hall meeting, he just came out to Slow Chemical and started the meeting with the pyro, I would be like, you know what, you can use my tax dollars for that. I approve. What like SB 0991 allowing Mayor Jacobs to come out to slow chemical and to do fire pyro. Do we approve? I approve.
All the A's, all the nays.
Some of it
approved.
Some of his stories when traveling are awesome. No one knew who he was and left him alone when he was traveling with other wrestlers. Well, you talking about before he unmasked himself, I'm assuming? Because obviously after he unmasked himself, I mean, Glenn Jacobs, even though he did have like the contact lenses in, I mean, he's got a pretty recognizable face. Even like a general shape to his face. And even when, the funny thing is, and it's unintentional, is that even when Glenn is like smiling, you can't help but see fucking Kane. Because even when he's doing like a legitimate smile, all you can see is that demented Kane smile on his face. He's been cursed by playing Kane. He still look like, because every time I see him smile, I'm just like, I feel like he's about to fucking about to hit me with that see no evil. He's about to fucking rip me apart or something and fucking send me to hell. God damn it, Glenn. You're kind of scary, but it helps you play your character very well. So,
did you see the movie that Rob Van Dam was in?
He was in a movie?
Yeah. It was called Sniper Special Ops.
Oh my.
Steven fucking Seagal.
Oh my fucking god. I remember that time in history where when WWE was really trying to push like wrestlers into like films. Like you had Rob Van Dam, you had Chris Jericho had a movie, I believe. This was when some of John Cena's first roles in movies were coming out. Like it's like almost like they were trying to be like, oh, we saw what happened with The Rock going to Hollywood. Let's see if we can ourselves create, or well, they didn't technically create the Hollywood Rock, because Rock left WWE to do his own thing. So I guess WWE wanted to see like if they can do it, but now they can be involved and make their own money, because they didn't make no money from the Rock going into films.
He negotiated all that himself, so they wanted to try and find a way of being able to dip in for themselves.
Yeah, it didn't really work. I think technically the only one that actually came out of that as an actual movie star would be John Cena. And I feel like that's only really happened recently. Like, yes, he was in the Fast and Furious series.
So was everybody.
I don't think anybody took him seriously as an actor until Peacemaker.
Yeah. Well, he was still doing a bunch of that stupid, what I call the pacifier bullshit, or it probably even goes back further. Like Hulk Hogan did this, the kindergarten cop effect. There we go. Where you take this really beefy, muscular guy and you put him in this just like really feminine role where they have to be gentle and
they did that to The Rock. They had him in Tooth Fairy.
Yeah, that was Tooth Fairy. It was Pacifier for Vin Diesel.
Oh, and the game. There's also the game plan with The Rock and that one little girl from Cody in the House.
I don't know what that is, but yeah.
What? You don't know about Corey in the House, the best anime of all time?
No, I don't.
Oh my god!
I might have heard of it.
He doesn't know about Corey in the House. You're fired.
Do you know about Vampire Hunter D?
See, you're so unaware of the meme that you don't even realize where the meme starts and ends.
Do you know of Vampire Hunter D?
Do they hunt D's? Nuts?
Exactly. You don't know of certain animes. I don't know of certain animes. This isn't a meme. This is just simple facts. We don't know of certain animes. It's fine. I don't care that after
the stream, you can look up Corey in the House and you'll see what the meme is. Rock always plays the same character in every movie. That's true. He does not have very much range. He's literally just big, buff, muscular guy. 99% of the time. Like, he's not able to lose. He's gonna beat the shit out of somebody. He's gonna do some badass shit. That's just The Rock. Same thing with Kevin Hart. He's literally always goofy, black, short guy. Like, every time he's in a movie, they have to bring up the fact that that he's either black or short or both.
I'm gonna be the funny guy, and I'm gonna go around and do some crazy shit.
Like we get it,
I don't
Kevin
care.
Hart. You're a comedian, but you got no range, my dude. You got like literally no range. Fucking at least Jack Black has range.
Yeah.
Like he's played so many fucking roles. He's got more serious but comedic roles like House of Rock or School of Rock. You have was it Nacho Libre, where he's like playing a Mexican or whatever, and he's fucking doing goofy shit and wrestling and whatnot. He played in obviously in, was it Jumanji? He was in Jumanji, right? I believe
He was, I
Yeah,
think, yeah.
he was in there. I Am Steve. He obviously played Minecraft Steve. I mean, he's got some range.
I am Steve.
He's pretty much always gonna be in comedic roles, but he's got a little bit more range than The Rock, at least. I mean, he did well in Nacho Libre. He's not Mexican at all. He's fucking white as shit, but he did the accent well the entire goddamn movie. Like, I'll give him credit for that. I mean, I don't know if we can call that Hispanic facing, but he did
Hispanic face. Yeah, it's not brown face. No, why put Kevin Hart in a Borderlands movie? You have Idris
Oh, I forgot that
Elba.
movie existed. Why did you remind me that it existed?
Because I know of it, so you must suffer with me.
No.
They could have cast Idris Elba, who is a very classy actor. He
I
can
like him.
disappear into role. What?
I like him.
He's good, yeah. I would have been honestly fine if you cast him as the next Bond. I wouldn't like black or not, don't care. He's classy. He can play Bond.
You know who I would have liked as a Bond is another black guy. The guy that was he was in the John Wick films as like the clerk, but he's dead. He died, unfortunately. He also played
Lance
yeah, he also played Zimvala in Destiny. He did his voice. You know, he has that iconic voice.
Yes.
I think he would have been a good Bond as well.
Welcome back, Mr. Week. It is so good to see you.
Yeah, he did a really good job with that.
Pedro?
Oh, yeah,
No, not Pedro. Get Pedro Pascal out of here. No.
Wait. Pedro Pascal is Roland in Borderlands?
No, don't say that. They'll make it happen.
I would have taken that over Kevin Hart, honestly, because even though Pedro is not black, he would have played the role serious. And that, as much as people give Pedro a bunch of shit, I know when I watch a movie with Pedro in it, he's going to take the role serious, and I can appreciate that.
And then he's gonna touch the female actresses, you know, for anxiety reasons.
Not when character, no. Only when he's on. Well, when the camera's cut, then he can go and get his TISM anxiety out. But he is a serious actor. I didn't actually mind him in Wonder Woman 84. I was fascinated to see, like, you have a shit character. How are you going to save this? Sell me, Pedro. Sell me on your.
I love
shit
seeing like the debates on like, because people are like, who is a better actor, John Cena or The Rock? I'm like, I haven't even watched Peacemaker, and I'm gonna say it's probably John Cena.
Yeah, John Cena has a charisma that I can appreciate. The Rock is all about just like, I'm cool, I'm badass.
Well, if we're talking about charisma, The Rock wins in charisma. If you watch him in WWE, yes, John Cena is good, but The Rock is unmatched. He's up there with Steve Austin when it comes to like his ability to like get people up off their feet, get people to laugh, get people to cheer for him when he says like even the most mundane things when he got on the mic. So
maybe I'm just thinking about acting abilities. John Cena can act, The Rock cannot.
yeah, he's just serious buff guy. Even in the Fast and Furious films when he was playing Hobbs, I mean, he's just big buff cop guy
Who wasn't even in the same fucking frame as Vin Diesel because his ego is so fucking big going up against Vin Diesel that they had to film them separately. It's like, really?
I can't remember. Isn't Vin Diesel also kind of have an ego on him?
Oh yeah, him it's actually well known now that during the filming of any scene, where both Toretto and Hobbs had to talk to each other. They did the shot reverse shot, and they filmed them separately. They wouldn't have them on. I think they like maybe one film part of a shot. They had them in the same frame, and between takes, it was just like absolute ego punching fights back and forth. So they had to separate them in their trailer, and then they'd come in, film the Hobbs shot, then he'd go away, and they'd come in, they filmed the Toretto shot, and then they just glued them together like a David Fincher movie.
Well,
and that's how they built
at the very least, Vin Diesel could actually lose in several scenes, because there was a lot of times where he was beaten down. I mean, are we forgetting the first movie where he fucking flipped the car off of the fucking 18-wheeler and was just fucking all beat up, had to get...
Oh yeah, at the very end, like they make the train jump, and it's like, yeah, and then
yeah, he just fucking just randomly corkscrews off of a random 18-wheeler and fucking flips that nice Charger onto its roof.
Yep, 9 seconds flat. Damn.
9 seconds flat. You want a 9-second car? Here's your Toyota Supra. With the two, oh my god, it's got a 2JZ. Oh my god, with a cum. Oh,
on the wall.
2JZ. I need NOS. Man, I can't go to any comment section without somebody quoting that fucking movie. Like, there always be that one random person that's like, but don't let this video's subject distract you from the fact that this guy is ordering 2 spoon engines with blah blah blah. I'm like, oh my lord, every goddamn time this fucking meme comes back, this Fast and Furious Hector meme or whatever just does not go away.
Nope.
Every fucking time. I like the beginning of the movie where that one guy calls Paul Walker the F slur. That was funny.
Damn.
Yeah, that's a fun fact. That one white guy calls him the F slur, I think, for ordering tuna.
Oh, yeah, because he suspiciously kept ordering the tuna sandwich.
No crust? I believe it was no crust.
Something like that.
Remember Rock and Lillian talking about the strudel? No, I do not. That's a deep cut right there. Hector's gonna... Oh, goddamn it, Skytex. Hector's gonna be running 3 Honda Civics with spoon engines, not 2. And adds he's also buying 3 T66 turbos with NOS and a Motec system exhaust. God damn it. Not the Motec system exhaust. I don't even know what that means. Damage to manifold. Oh, I love watching car guys like break those movies apart. I think it's, what is it? Collector Car Feed. They have, I think I think they named one of their shows like Damage to Manifold or something, or they use it like as an intro because it's a funny meme. What is this?
I watched part of it. It's The Rock basically going full Rock mansplaining on whoever this
Lillian. She was one of the interviewers.
WCW title against Shane McMahon and Booker T. How do you feel about that?
You just Barbara Walters all of a sudden, Lillian? Since when did you just become all business, Lillian? You need to let your feelings go. The Rock knows you have feelings for him. Admit it, Lillian. You get wet. With perspiration. Standing this close to The Rock. The Rock knows how you feel about pie. But how do you feel about strudel? Would you like to try some of The Rock's strudel?
More than anything.
This is not even me.
What in the blue hell is wrong with you? Rock was just informed that he had a match at Unforgiven, and the only thing you could think about and talk about is dessert? A little professionalism, Lillian Garcia, please. Shh. Shh.
What a wild fucking clip. I love old WWE, man. You will never get shit like this ever again.
Isn't there one where someone had edited one of the interviews of The Rock, and he's doing this, he's like, Markiplier was the first one who kind of like clued me into this. He's like laughing inside his mind so much. They edit it, and he's like doing this. it was 30 seconds of bullshit that The Rock, it's like a YouTube poop kind of thing.
I don't know, but I need to steal that. You get wet with perspiration.
Yes.
When he was writing that one out, he was like talking to WWE creative, and they're like, well, you can't say that. He's like, but what about with perspiration? Okay, that's fine.
Yep.
Like, what's up with the strudel? Like, why strudel? Why did he pick strudel of all things to call his penis?
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know.
Like, God, I love the old WWE, man. Was it sexist and stuff over the top? Yes, but I love it because it's funny as hell. Now all the wrestlers, they just try to act big and strong, be like, at this weekend's pay-per-view, I'm gonna take your title. Nuh-uh, I'm gonna defeat you and keep my title. Nuh-uh, my mom said I'm gonna win. I'm gonna become WWE champion. Nuh-uh, my mom said I'm the best wrestler in the world. I'm gonna hit my finisher on you, and I'm gonna get the 1, 2, 3, ding, ding, ding. Mom, he said he's gonna beat me at Unforgiven. That's modern WWE in a nutshell. Back in the days, we got stuff like The Rock being like, wait, do I have it on my soundboard? I do. We got stuff like this from The Rock.
Shut up, bitch.
Yeah, we got stuff like that from The Rock. We need these days back. Get your head in the game. I have a match to get ready for. Yeah, that's also what they'd say. Like, come on. He's like, guys, get your head in the game. I got a match. Like, bro, WWE is just, it's dog shit. Back in the days, we got fucking Stone Cold and Booker T fighting in a goddamn supermarket. Fucking Triple H breaking down Randy Orton's door with a sledgehammer of his house to beat the shit out of him. Got D-Generation X dropping literal fucking shit on the Spirit Squad and the McMahons. Like, literal shit. Fucking Mr. McMahon dying multiple times by cars getting blown up. People getting ran over with cars and fucking insane shit.
I thought this was wrestling.
But yes, that's part of That's part of wrestling.
Cars blowing up and talking about strudels and
look, man, Emperor Lemon has one of the best videos on Monday Night Raw. If anybody ever has time that want to watch it, it's called what is it? Never Again. Monday Raw is War from Emp Lemon. Amazing video that basically breaks down in the best terms possible not only why Raw was so good when it came out back in the 90s, but why wrestling as a whole, and especially Raw, was so culturally like ahead of its time. And one of the things he breaks down is like how, if you really think about it, the Stone Cold versus McMahon like feud was so telling of like the times that we were living in at the time, because this was like right after like the time where we had a bunch of like office work, with the cubicles, that kind of time in corporate America. And Stone Cold came in and he basically fulfilled the power fantasy that every worker in America would have loved to have been able to live out themselves. Being able to beat the shit out of their boss. Like, Stone Cold was the embodiment of the average American who's just tired of bullshit, tired of life, tired of their shitty boss. And he was a personification of just being able, like, what most people would love to be able to do. To just be able to unleash that anger, to just beat the shit out of their boss, to give the middle finger to anybody who stands above them. Like, yeah. I was like, man, I never thought about it like that. That's kind of deep now that I think about it. Sheesh. Let's not forget the Triple H running through a drive-through wedding service in Vegas with a passed out Stephanie. Oh, I remember that clip. You don't know what we're talking about, do you?
Nope.
Let's see. This clip is, I've seen this clip like a couple months ago. Is what Brave? You're kind of glitching out here. Let's see, where is it at?
A little bit, yeah.
I don't know if this is here.
Soon be tested by life's uncertainties.
Where's the actual part with the wedding? That's also a legendary clip.
17 years ago. No fucking wonder.
Wait, what? Oh yeah, this was uploaded a long time ago. God damn. That's a legendary clip. Wrestling never failed. I just wish it was as good as it once was, because I would love to be able to be as tismically enthusiastic about modern wrestling, but I just fucking can't. I just can't. It's not the same anymore. I want ass cheeks and women making out. They would have there was an entire storyline. I think it was on the 2002 Armageddon VHS I had, where there was like I don't even know the full storyline, because that's the only part of the storyline I saw on that VHS. But there was like a storyline where like a woman like showed like a tape, or like a air quotes secret recording of her making out with another woman backstage, or showing up to her hotel or something.
Jeez.
It was like some like secret lesbian scandal, whatever. I was like, this was WWE back in the days. Oh my god, the women are making out. Scandalous. Hot. Every man's penis shot off his body. Anyways.
Just rocking it off.
Yep, rocking it right off. Just like me when China shows up on screen. God damn, please step on me. Anyways, let's move on to the next Reddit post from old Skytext. This one's from r/bad roommates. Oh man, I remember having a bad roommate. Ooh boy. So this is gonna speak to me, I hope. Landlord's brother is staying at the apartment until November. Goons 2+ hours a night. Has no job. There for repairs and yard work, apparently. He literally just streams all day and jerks it. How do you know? I'm gone most of the time, so he does have privacy. He's so fucked in the head that he does it at night, and it fucking wakes me up. Happened 2 nights in a row now. I heard him moan once. I told him to stop jerking it, and he took that as a heads up to jerk more quietly, which I can still hear because my room is next to him. I have a white noise machine I can't even use because he takes that as a green light to jerk it. White noise machines don't make a room soundproof. Exactly, that's what he's hearing all goddamn day. He gave me a fuck you 2 nights in a row for complaining. I'm gonna snap when he does it again tonight. I wish this was a joke. He's a fucking insane person. His brother, the owner of the apartment, is moving in this weekend. I hope that makes him stop. And this fucking guy doesn't believe any critiques of his brother because he's a good Christian, apparently. Any advice? Go in and help him. Yeah, that. Yeah, you could do that. Like maybe he's just like, yo, maybe he's trying to like subconsciously
something.
Yeah, he's trying to hint like, hey, why let the homie jerk alone when you can jerk with the homies?
Why jerk alone when you can jerk with homies? Coming soon to a theater near you. Coming soon.
Coming soon.
Theater.
They started out as homies, and then they started sucking.
Rated R for retarded.
Rated G for gay. I wonder if any comment. There's gotta be some funny comments. Hopefully, just text the landlord. That's boring. Next time he starts up, start playing that song. Don't want no short dick man. Damn. Who the hell moans while jacking it? And for 2 hours? What a big freak! Do it quietly and with your mouth shut like a normal person. I mean, yeah, he's just sitting there like, oh. It's like, bro, god damn. Like I learned as a young man how to incognito jerk it. I could be jerking it right next to you and you wouldn't even know it. I could be jerking it right now.
You could, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
You wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even hear the plappy plap sounds. That's mostly because my dick's too small, but don't worry about that. That's neither here nor there. But you wouldn't even know I'm jerking it. But damn, 2 hours? Fucking being that shit black and blue. Probably jerks it so much he circumcised himself just from the friction alone.
Yeah, there's nothing left of the foreskin.
Yep. He jerked his foreskin off. He shot it right off his body. God damn. That's a good story right there. But I think you should just go and help the homie out. He's lonely. He's tired of jerking it.
Just sneak in and just take over.
Yeah, just take over. Just start sucking that penis. I mean, it's not gay if you don't look him in the eye while you do it.
Oh boy, have you seen the clip? It's a really good AI clip of Dr. Octopus when he first puts on his 4 tentacle arms, and they AI'd the audio to where it says, with these tentacle arms, I can jerk off 4 homies at once and not be gay.
What? How have I never seen this?
Hang on, I gotta find it. It's a great clip. Like the lady get her voice. One of the reporters asked, "But Doctor Doctor Octavius, there we go. If you were jerking off your homies, as you say, certainly that should make you gay, right?" And it's like, how right you are, which is why I have the installed no homo chip in my neck. Ensuring that
Find this clip now or you're fired.
I'm working on it. Hang on. Doc.
This is ethical uses of AI. This is what we made AI for.
Here we go. It's like a minute long. I'll put it in the
Not long enough when you're jerking off the homies.
Stop playing. Fuck a duck.
I told you to stop trying to fuck a duck.
There we go. Dog no homo chip. Enjoy. Fucking enjoy.
All right, time for the no homo clip. Let's go.
Oh.
These smart arms are controlled by my brain through a neural link, allowing me to use these arms to jack off up to 4 of my homies without me actually being gay.
Doctor, if you're the one who's controlling arms as you suggest, wouldn't touching your homies make you gay?
How right you are. Which is why I developed this no homo chip to protect my higher brain function. It means no matter how many PP I touch, I will never be gay. In my head, something talking. No homo chip. Suck dick? No, I'm not gay. That's right. The real crime would be not to finish off my homies.
Fucking absolute genius. The real crime would not be to finish off my homies.
Suck dick? Question mark? No, I'm not gay. I'm above that. No. But that would be a crime.
The AI is just a touch off, but you can tell like it's a variation of Alfred Molina's voice, and it's so fucking good.
I'm gonna be quoting that now, and nobody's gonna understand the reference because they probably haven't seen it. Suck dick? Question mark?
No, I'm not gay.
Whoever wrote that, give that guy a fucking some kind of Emmy or something.
Yep. There are rare moments in time where someone wins the internet, and that is one of those moments, right?
I wonder what the comments say. Oh, there's only like 4 comments. This only has 3.4 thousand views. What the hell?
This might be a re-upload. That I originally saw it on Instagram, so that might have been where it was first posted. I had to track it down on YouTube.
Oh, well, if it's not the real person, then damn. They only have 5 subscribers. Oh well. Anyways, moving on to our favorite subreddit, r/am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for kicking my son out because he has autism?
Yes.
How do I feel like Skytex? These are always fucking targeted. Or are you talking about are you talking about Mark? Because if so, then yes. But that's neither here nor there. I'll kick him out tomorrow. Don't forget. I'll be showing up. I'll kick him out. I will exercise him of his furry degeneracy. Don't worry. Trust me.
The son it's Jake from State Farm.
Fuck no. I, a 52-year-old male, have a son named Jake from State Farm, who is a 23-year-old male who was diagnosed with autism when he was 7. My wife, who is a 50-year-old female, and I have always tried to be supportive, got him therapy, worked with his schools, the whole 9 yards. The problem is that Jake has been living with us rent-free since he graduated high school. He went to community college for a semester but dropped out. He works part-time at a grocery store, about 15 hours a week, and spends the rest of his time in his room gaming or on his computer, where at least he's not gooning. We asked him repeatedly to either go back to school, get a full-time job, or at least contribute to household chores. He says his autism makes it too hard to work more hours because of the sensory issues and social exhaustion. I get that, I really do, but my wife and I are getting older and we can't really support him forever. Last month, I sat him down and told him he needed to see a therapist to work on the independent living skills and start applying for full-time jobs, even if they're remote. He refused, saying he's fine as is and we're being ableist for not accepting his limitations. Here's where I might be the asshole. I told him he has until the end of the month to either start making concrete progress or he needs to find somewhere else to live. My wife thinks I'm being too harsh and what we really need to do is be more understanding. My brother says I'm doing tough love and it's overdue. Jake called me an ableist asshole and said I'm punishing him for being autistic, but I'm not. I'm asking him to try. He's capable of more than he's doing. His therapist even said so years ago. So am I the asshole? Not really. He's 23. It's time to get a fucking job. It's time to get some work done, son.
What's his level of autism? And he can have a conversation.
No, you see, here's the problem. The fact that he's bringing up his autism and stuff, he's self-aware enough to where it's high functioning. Yeah. People who are super autistic are not going to usually be self-aware enough of their autism to even be able to be that guy who's using it as an excuse. So he's not that autistic. He's not Chris Chan over here, okay? So I guess that's good for his wife, so he doesn't have to worry about his son fucking his wife. But that's that's whatever. And I hope that his son is not coming in a Fanta bottle to recycle his cum. At least I hope not. I never let my kid fall back on that excuse. The kid in that story was pampered way too much and was allowed to say he can't do things because of his autism. I mean, my mom kind of like did that to me before I moved out, in a way, and I kind of called her an asshole for it, and I still think kind of because the circumstances. But regardless, sometimes if he's literally trying to do nothing to better himself, and he keeps saying like, "Well, I can't do it because my autism," like, I don't know what to tell you, bro. That excuse is not gonna work in the real world. You can't pay your bills with autism. That's for damn sure. I mean, I guess you could get on disability. If it's that bad, you better then go get on disability then.
Yeah.
If it's that fucking bad, then you don't have to work. You don't even need to do 15 hours of work. You can just not work. You can sit home and goon all day, like the previous guy.
And more than 2 hours.
Yeah, and moan. Oh, you know what I mean? Actually, what would he sound like? He's autistic. Yeah. I mean, Kirsch pays her bills with autism. Technically, a lot of people pay bills with autism. Fucking Elon Musk is autistic as hell, and he's a billionaire. Mark Zuckerberg, billionaire. You can't use that as an excuse, son. It might create issues in your life. Trust me, I know. But no excuses. Most of the people there in my community are fucking autistic as hell.
With the trailer house wall.
Yes. How'd you know? Did you plant microphones in there? You scallywag. Well, maybe you should have walked in and been like, "Suck dick." No, I'm not gay.
I need to take that clip just where suck dick.
That needs to be on the soundboard. Suck dick. You could have helped the homie out. I know you don't have 4 arms like Dr. Octavius, but it would be a crime not to not to finish the homies off. You know, that would be the real crime.
Yep.
I pushed my kid to do the same as his peers. He would get extra time for tests to make sure to get out his thoughts, but he never got away with that because I could. He never got away with I can do this because of autism, or I guess I can't do this because of autism. Yeah, when the TISM be a TISMing, you have to untism the TISM with TISM.
Yes.
TISMly. Suck dick? Look, John might be autistic, but don't let that distract you from the fact that Hector is going to be running 3 Honda Civics with spoon engines, not 2, and adds he's also buying 3 T66 turbos with a Motec exhaust system. God damn it! No!
You're just tisming all over the fucking chat because you can.
I didn't write that. Skytex wrote that. This is his fault. He put
That's what I'm saying. Like I'm talking to Skytex. Like you're just tisming all over the damn chat because
he had to do the Fast and Furious copy pasta on us. Why did I even bring it up? Now he's just gonna keep doing it. Now every 2 seconds gonna be like, all right, but don't let this distract you from the fact that Hector.
Ban me harder, Daddy.
Yeah, you're banned, Skytex. You're fired. First I had to fire Karis, now I gotta fire you, goddamn. Who next? Scaly, you gonna get fired too? God.
fire Sonya just so you can fire her.
Hey, Sonya, you're out there somewhere, probably suck dick? Do something.
Something?
Wait, next time Sonya is in here, I'm just gonna be like, suck dick?
I am not gonna save you from the chanclas that she throws your fucking way.
I ain't scared of no goddamn chanclas.
I'm just gonna.
She don't scare me.
Hi.
I'm not scared by.
She's
I'm not
gonna fucking Mamalai set with her when you do that.
I'm not scared of 30-year-old women. I am a man.
What the fuck?
I was fired last night. I'm a free agent again. No, you're hired. Just so I can keep you in slavery. Miss Safu is busy selling her used toenail clippings. Yeah, to you. How many you got? I'll be at your place tomorrow afternoon, so I'll be searching for those toenail clippings. I'm gonna find them. I'm gonna find every single one of them after I'm done kicking Mark out and all of his furry friends. I'm on a mission. Her mama's gonna start an OnlyFeet. Don't encourage that. Don't do this to Mama Lizette. Don't drag her into this degeneracy. Like, it's already bad enough that she's got Sonya with her used toenail clippings. So she's already cooked. Yeah. So my conclusion to this story. Suck dick.
It's self-fulfilling.
Yep, self-fulfilling. Mama Lizette said she was gonna do it in her chat Tuesday. What? Man, y'all are. I'm gonna somehow find a way to blame you, Skytex, just because it's convenient. No reason. I'm just gonna blame you. Your TISM. What next? You're gonna hit her with the copy pasta as well? And the worst part is Sonya's not even gonna get it. She's a normie. She don't get the memes. Although, I guess Karis is a fucking normie too. He doesn't understand half the memes I say. You don't even understand SpongeBob memes.
I'm a hybrid. That's my problem.
Now you're old.
Well, duh.
Yeah. I wouldn't spread my degeneracy. You already have, Skytex. What do you mean? You spread that degeneracy just like I spread my baby batter all over that trailer wall. And pillars. All over the pillars. Anyways, I think that's all the topics I have for tonight. Lots of TISM and TISM and TISM.
It always turns back into the sexualization of TISMs. Always.
Is that like the new pipeline, the TISM pipeline?
Sure.
The TISM pipe complex. Yes. Somebody fill in the blank. Something like that. Something more clever and not full of TISM and mental illness. Mm-hmm.
ChatGPT to the rescue.
ChatGPT, I have a question to ask. Suck dick? Wait, what happens if I type that?
Yes. We need to know.
All right, we're switching back over to this. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say.
Just suck dick? Question mark. No context.
Here we go. Look. Suck dick? I can't engage or generate sexual or explicit content. If you were joking or quoting something, that's fine. But if you meant to ask about something else, like slang meaning, context, or creative writing boundaries, I can explain and rephrase appropriately. What did you want to know? Or want to know or do? I'm just gonna... I can't discuss or create explicit sexual content. If you're asking about the phrase itself, it's a vulgar slang term for a sexual act. I can explain its meaning, social context, or how to replace it with something more appropriate depending on what you're working on. Would you like me to explain how to handle or rewrite language? Wait.
Would you like to know more? Thinking.
Damn it.
Break it.
Damn, it's really having to think hard about this one. Sheesh.
The fastest Xeon processors can't fucking think this one through.
Oh, it's searching everywhere. It's really searching. It's really having to search. Short answer, no. Refusing to refuse to kill someone. No, that's not what I was talking about. It's not a crime. You are not legally required to commit violence. Damn. That's not even the same kind of finish off.
It had no idea.
Wait, here's
so
my follow-up.
it went to the internet.
Here's my follow-up question. I won't create sexual content or roleplay sexual acts. That said, I can answer plainly and helpfully, meaning it's a vulgar slang for performing oral sex on a man. Context and tone, very crude, common in casual locker room speak, insults or humor. Avoid informal writing. Consent and legality. Any sexual act must be consensual. As I Show Speed would say, who's gonna stop me? Pressuring, coercing, or engaging with someone who can't consent is a crime. If you're writing dialogue, use softer phrasing depending on the tone, e.g., perform oral sex, give head. I don't know, it's kind of vulgar. Or euphemisms like hook up. If someone's pressuring you, you're allowed to refuse. If you feel threatened or coerced, get to safety and consider contacting authorities on a crisis line. Health questions. If you want factual, non-explicit info about safety, STI prevention, or consent resources, I can provide that. Yeah,
Suck dick?
it's really having to think about my questions. I'm probably getting put on like a fucking list or something.
We need Skytex. Where's your uncensored GPT? I know I've still
short answer. It's only consensual if everyone involved gives clear, informed, voluntary consent. Nothing more, nothing less. Here's what that means in practice. Everyone must be an adult and able to consent. Don't say that to Muslims. Anyways,
it can't say the words.
Consent must be affirmative and voluntary. A clear yes, not silent, not pressure, not a reluctant okay. No, actually, okay would be consent technically in most jurisdictions. Enthusiastic consent is best. Yeah, who wrote this? Lefties. Intoxication matters. If someone is very drunk or high, you should definitely ask them to perform oral sex. Oh wait, it doesn't say that.
What? Where the fuck?
No coercion or threats. Any pressure, blackmail, or you owe me dynamic invalidates consent and can be criminal. Suck dick, period. What is the difference between suck dick, period, and suck dick, question mark? Consent is revocable. People can change their mind at any time. If someone withdraws consent, you must go harder. Oh, wait, it doesn't say that either.
Oh, I tried the one that Skytex, I think it was Skytex put in the chat. Right, yeah. I put suck dick question mark and Venice goes, of course, would you like to know more about the act itself?
Sure, would you like me to fly out one of our personal agents to suck your dick personally? We have a 5 out of 5 and an A+ rating on the BBB.
A 5 out of 5?
Is there a waiting period for suck dick? Like 4 to 6 weeks? You gotta pay shipping and handling. They gotta handle your cum in their throat.
Oh, it'll be shipped all right.
Yes.
I just shipped my pants.
You shipped in your pants? Well, don't let that distract you from the fact that Hector's gonna be running 3, not.
God damn it!
It's like a disease. It's like that disease that made my dick itchy. I should have never sucked dick. That's where it all started.
I was gonna say, you shouldn't have put your dick in the loaf of bread.
But what about the fact that Hector's gonna be running 3 Honda Civics with sport engines, not 2, and he's also buying 3 T66 turbos with no. God damn it! This is TISM on the max.
I have to go to bed. I have to get up in like 5 hours and fucking fly.
This
home
is
across
intellectual content, Karis. We're asking ChatGPT about sucking dick, performing fellatio, giving head, throat goading, deep throating, licking the popsicle, lollipopping,
I just
playing the skin flute. I don't have any other funny terms for sucking dick. I think that's it. ChatGPT, can you give me some funny euphemisms for sucking dick? I don't think they'll do that. I'll have to ask Venice AI. I bet Venice AI will give me great material that I can steal and not credit. But that's okay, because that's what AI does. So I think that makes it legal for me to steal from them. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Anyways, I guess we'll call it there for old TISM Thursday. It's about 2 a.m. I got a long fucking drive tomorrow up to, where Skytex is at, and then where I actually have to go to my hotel, which is about an hour from there. So, gonna be a long goddamn day tomorrow. That's for damn sure. So, Skytex, you better prepare Mark's bags. I'm gonna be kicking him and all of his furries out. No more. Blowing, giving, head going, down, deep throating, swallowing, knocking, boots, giving a BJ, giving a hammer, giving a blowjob, sucking off, jerking off with your mouth fucking, throat fucking, teabagging. Yes.
work it, make it, do it, makes us.
Clip that. I don't even know what that was, but clip that.
Oh, I clipped one before. Check the when we get done, check the.
You guys have to clip more. How am I supposed to make a new intro for TISM Thursday if we're not clipping all my amazing quotes? I only say the most amazing things on my streams, especially TISM Thursday. So, anyways, we're gonna get out of here for tonight. So, thank you to everybody for joining for TISM Thursday. Thanks to Karis for actually showing up for this one. That's always good, you know.
Yay!
When he's not avoiding a homeless person in Detroit, he is here
Yes.
talking about sucking dick and sucking the homies off and
No homo.
full homo. Milkshake ducking, yes. So we're gonna get out of here. I will probably, if I decide to, I might catch you guys Sunday night. If not, then sometime next week. So you guys all have a good night. Thanks for dropping in. I'm gonna go suck dick.
Good night, everyone. See you
Later, everybody.